Hello, my name is Marshall Rosenberg. I'm grateful for the attention you're giving me, and I'd like to, in response, share with you some things I've learned about how to connect with other people that have been very precious to me, and I'm delighted at how many people around the world tell me that it's been valuable for them as well. Before I clarify for you the purpose of the process of nonviolent communication, which is what I've called what I'll be sharing with you, I'd like to tell you how I came about it. I grew up in Detroit, Michigan. My family moved there just in time for the race riots of 1943. We moved into a neighborhood that was right in the middle of those riots, and in 4 days after the riots began in our neighborhood, about 30 people were killed. My family couldn't go outside during that time. We had to be locked in the house for safety reasons. And that taught me a very powerful lesson, which affects what I'll be sharing with you. It got me wondering about an important question. What gets into people? What gets into us that enables us to enjoy violence, to engage in violence toward one another because of things like skin color, names, religions? This, of course, was very frightening to me as a young boy, and it hasn't become less frightening to me since then. And over the years since, I have been very interested in studying what gets into us that leads us in that direction. At the same time as I got exposed to that violence in the community, I'm glad, very glad, that I had the blessing of seeing that that isn't really what our nature is. I was around sufficient number of people who knew how to give compassionately, to care for people. So I knew that this violence was not really our nature. I was fortunate to live around relatives who were very compassionate. I was glad to have friends who had compassionate families. So I knew that there was a way of behaving that was more to our nature. But that question still has been in my mind. And what gets into us that can lead us away from our compassionate nature? And what can we do to make sure that no matter what's going on around us, we stay connected to our compassionate nature? When I decided it was time to choose what to do in my life, I wanted to offer what I could learn about these two questions, the two questions being what gets into us that turns us into violent people, and what can we do to maintain our compassionate nature. No one in my family had ever been to a university, and I had a chance to go to college, but I wondered what profession could help me in this direction. I chose psychology, thinking that people who are violent must be mentally ill, and maybe the best contribution I could make to the world would be to cure the illnesses that are causing people to be violent. So I went to the university and got a doctor's degree in clinical psychology. But in the course of my studies, I was exposed to a teacher who helped me to see some dangers of some of the concepts that were built into the clinical psychology that I was trained in. He helped me to see that maybe mental illness was a poor metaphor, and that the phenomenon could be understood better, not as an illness, but as how people are educated by the culture in which they live. And that maybe, therefore, what was needed is not a therapy as such, but what people needed who were being violent to themselves and others was a different kind of education, one that transformed the thinking that led them to suffer and to want to cause suffering for others into a thinking that contributes to compassionate connecting. He taught me this just as I was about to graduate, and here I had spent 9 years in college learning an approach based on pathology, how to cure pathology, and seeing this myth of mental illness, as he called it, and as Thomas Sass, the psychiatrist, calls it in his book by that name. Seeing the limitations of that, I asked this professor, well, what would you suggest instead? And he said, that's your job, to figure out what approach works better than looking at these problems as an illness. So after I graduated, I set out to try to look at things from a different standpoint, rather than thinking that the violence in the world was caused by some mental illness, to look at it in a broader perspective, to be open to the fact that what my professor said might be accurate, that the problem was in how social structures, governments, educate people in a way that leads to the violence. So I decided to start from the direction, what would it have to be like in order for us to stay with our compassionate nature, no matter what kind of structures we're functioning within? And what kind of learning would we need to go through when we see social structures that are educating us to be violent, that are contributing to violence, how we can transform them? So I did some reading in comparative religions to see what the basic religions on the planet, whether I could see some congruity in what they were saying. I also studied people who were living in a way that I valued and tried to see what made them different. And I also benefited highly from some research that Carl Rogers, the psychologist, did, trying to study what were the basic components of a healing relationship, what contributes to a relationship that helps people evolve and grow and heal from their wounds. From these different directions, I pulled together the process I now call nonviolent communication. Before I describe the process itself, it's extremely important that I make clear what its purpose is, what it's trying to serve. Because when we have the purpose in mind, the mechanics of the process can be very helpful in helping us live in harmony with how we choose to live. But if we don't have the purpose clear, it can become a sterile technique. So there needs to be an integration of these two dimensions, a clarity of how we choose to live. And then the mechanics of nonviolent communication will make more sense and then be used in a way that's with more integrity. So what is the purpose of nonviolent communication? It's to help us connect with ourselves and others in a way that makes compassionate giving natural. Now, compassionate giving for me is when we do something for ourselves or others where our sole intention is to enrich life. We're not doing it for a reward. We're not doing it to escape punishment. We're doing it out of what I think we human beings like more than anything in the world, to contribute to life, to enrich life. Nonviolent communication, then, is integration of different things that helps people to connect in this way. First, nonviolent communication is language of a sort that helps us to connect with ourselves and others. It's a language of life, a language based on human feelings and human needs. It's a language that helps us to communicate what would make life more wonderful for ourselves. But nonviolent communication is not only language, it also involves strategies for influencing one another. In addition to sharing the process with you, I'd like to share with you some of the ways that I have been making this available to people around the world and their reactions to it. A student was traveling with me as part of an internship from the university. And he went to several countries with me, and he saw the people I was working with, many of them in war-torn countries who were using the training in the service of peace. And about the 7th country that we visited, he looked at me and said, "You are a very rich man." And I feel very blessed to do the work that I'm doing with the people I'm doing and seeing how they make good use out of it. I feel I am a very rich man. I see a different world than you see on the news. I see a world of people who are committed to compassionate giving, who want to create structures that support this compassionate giving. So, in addition to sharing the process itself, I'll be glad to share with you some of the experiences I've had with people around the world who are helping us distribute this process. So now let me give you an overview of what the process itself looks like, this process we call nonviolent communication. As I have said, it is designed to help us to connect so that compassionate giving is natural. So what kind of communication helps us to connect in that way? We can summarize the process by saying it focuses on 2 questions. What's alive in us, and what would make life more wonderful? What's alive in us is, we say in English this way, how are you? French, ¿cómo allez-vous? Spanish, ¿cómo está usted? Every culture I work in throughout the world, in their own way, when they get together, ask this question. What's alive in you? It's a critical question because I'm convinced that when we are connected on what's alive in each of us and get rid of the enemy images that we have been educated to think in terms of when somebody's doing something we don't like, when we can just see the humanness in each other at any given moment, what's alive in us, it's been my experience that we can resolve any conflict peacefully in a way that gets everyone's needs met. Now, what does this involve to be able to communicate what's alive in us? Well, it requires that we be able to tell people what they're doing that's enriching our lives, and we can bring to their attention when they're doing things that are not enriching our lives. And as we'll see subsequently, it's very important to be clear about this and not mix up our reference to what people are doing with any kind of evaluation that implies wrongness. So it requires observing without evaluating. Another important part of expressing what's alive in us is to speak from the heart, to speak what is going on inside of us in relationship to what is happening outside of us. And the best way I've found of doing this is to develop a literacy and consciousness of feelings and needs. Our needs are life in action. If we're disconnected from our needs, we're not really alive. If we spend all of our time only analyzing and judging mentally and not able to get connected to what is going on inside of us, it's going to be very hard to enjoy life to its fullest. So nonviolent communication focuses on what our needs are in any given moment and whether they're being met or not. Our feelings are connected to our needs. When our needs are being fulfilled, we feel pleasurable feelings. When our needs are not being fulfilled, we have painful feelings. So these 3 together, telling people what they're doing that's enriching our life or not, and then telling them what's alive in us in relationship to that in terms of our feelings and our needs, that's one of the basic components of the process. Having told people what's alive in us, if what they're doing is not contributing to our well-being, then we need to add what could make life more wonderful for us, and to present this to them as an opportunity, as a gift, not as a demand or a threat. So nonviolent communication shows us both how to express what's alive in us and what would make life more wonderful. And it shows us how to receive that information empathically from others, how to receive it even if the other person is not articulate in expressing it. So no matter how the other person is communicating, nonviolent communication shows us how to connect with that person's humanity at any given moment. Now, there are many different ways that I hope I can show you how this process of nonviolent communication can be applied. We can apply it within ourselves, and I'll show you shortly how we can use it to learn from our limitations without losing self-respect. It can help us to connect with the people that we're the closest with, our children, our partners, in our work situations. But I'll also show you its application in resolving disputes between people that might be doing things in a way we don't like. We can use it to alter the structures that we're living within and to transform them into structures that support compassionate giving. Let me give you an idea of how some of the people use it and what they say about it. Here's what someone who'd been in a workshop with me in San Diego had to say about it. And I'm quoting, "When I learned how I can receive as well as give through using nonviolent communication, I went beyond interpreting that I was being attacked and becoming a doormat to really listening to words and extracting the underlying feelings of the speaker. I discovered a very hurting man to whom I had been married for 28 years. He had asked me for a divorce the weekend before I came to the nonviolent communication workshop. To make a long story short, we're here today together, and I appreciate the contribution that nonviolent communication made to our happy ending. I learned to listen for feelings, to express my needs, to accept answers that I didn't always want to hear. I saw that he's not here to make me happy, nor am I here to create happiness for him. No, you can't make people feel as they do. We've learned that by just connecting in a certain way, a love develops between us so that we can meet each other's needs, and the happiness just happens. I learned that we can't be responsible for each other's feelings, but we can be responsible for how we react to one another. And if we connect with this kind of consciousness, we'll end up both getting our needs met, and the happiness flows from that. Here's what a doctor told me who lives in Paris, France, about how she uses the training. I use nonviolent communication more and more in my medical practice. Some patients ask me whether I'm a psychologist, saying that usually their doctors are not interested in the way they live their lives or deal with their diseases. Nonviolent communication helps me understand what the patient's needs are and what they need to hear at a given moment. I find this particularly helpful in relating to patients with hemophilia and AIDS, because there's so much anger and pain that the patient-healthcare provider relationship is often seriously impaired. Still others are using our process of nonviolent communication in the political arena. A French cabinet member visiting her sister remarked how differently the sister and her husband were communicating and responding to each other. Encouraged by their descriptions of nonviolent communication, she mentioned that she was scheduled the following week to negotiate some sensitive issues between France and Algeria regarding adoption procedures. Though time was limited, we dispatched a French-speaking trainer to Paris to work with the cabinet minister. She later attributed much of the success of her negotiations in Algeria to her newly acquired communication techniques. Worldwide, nonviolent communication now serves as a valuable resource for communities facing violent conflicts and severe ethnic, religious, or political tensions. The spread of nonviolent communication and its use in mediation by people in conflict in Israel, the Palestinian Authority, Nigeria, Rwanda, Sierra Leone, and elsewhere have been a source of particular gratification for me. My associates and I were once working with Serbians and Croatians during the war there. I brought them to a neutral country for doing this work. The first few days, enormously painful. To help them to get past the enemy images and see the humanness in one another. How wonderful, as the training progressed, to hear progressive rings of laughter in their voices, as they shared their profound gratitude and joy for having seen how nonviolent communication could translate their enemy images of the other side and help them see the humanness of each other. And I'm pleased to see what these people have done with the training since in their countries, in helping the people to get past the kind of thinking that leads us to see enemies. I feel blessed to be able to travel throughout the world teaching people this process of communication and seeing them empowered in the ways that they are. And now I'm pleased to be able to share this with you. Before getting into describing some of the mechanics in greater detail for you, in a way that I hope will help you to integrate the mechanics into your life, I'd like to first identify some communication that unfortunately many of us have been taught that I think blocks compassion, that blocks the connection necessary for us to connect with others in a way in which everybody's needs can get met. One of the most destructive kinds of communication that I was taught and that I see other people being taught is how to evaluate one another using moralistic judgments that basically focus on rightness and wrongness. Now, when I question these kind of judgments, people often think I'm talking about not having any judgments at all. What I hope to show is that I do recognize that we need to judge, but there's a radically different way of judging than going up to our head and judging people as right, wrong, good, bad, normal, abnormal, stupid or intelligent, attractive or ugly. Nonviolent communication suggests evaluating with a language of life, not a language in which we sit in judgment of one another. So, nonviolent communication judges, but judges from a standpoint of, is this behavior serving life or not? It doesn't judge from a position of whether this other person deserves to be rewarded or punished. The Sufi poet Rumi once wrote, "Out beyond ideas of right and wrongdoing, there is a field. I'll meet you there." It's in that place that nonviolent communication helps us to live. It's quite a different world than this world of right-doing and wrongdoing, in which we decide whether the person deserves to suffer or deserves to be rewarded. In the world that Rumi is talking about, we see that compassionate giving is what is our nature and which is the most fulfilling way for us to live. Long before I reached adulthood, I had already learned to communicate in the impersonal moralistic judgments. These do not require us to reveal what's alive in us. They simply require us to judge people. When I encountered people or behavior I either didn't like or didn't understand, I was educated to react in terms of their wrongness. If my teachers assigned a task I didn't want to do, they were mean or unreasonable. If somebody pulled out in front of me in traffic, I might react by thinking or saying, "You idiot." When we speak this language, we think and communicate in terms of what's wrong with others for behaving as they do, or what's wrong with ourselves for behaving as we do. Our attention is focused on classifying, analyzing, and determining levels of wrongness, rather than on whether life is being served or not. When I'm communicating in the way I was programmed to communicate, If my life partner wants more affection than I'm giving, she is needy and dependent. But if I want more affection than I'm receiving, she's aloof and insensitive. If my partner is more concerned about details than I am, she's picky and compulsive. On the other hand, if I'm more concerned about details than she is sloppy and disorganized. It's my belief that all such analyses of other human beings are tragic expressions of our own values and needs. They're tragic because when we express our values and needs in this form, we increase defensiveness and resistance to them among the very people whose behaviors are of concern to us. Or if they do agree to act in harmony with our values because they concur with our analysis of their wrongness, they will likely do so out of fear, guilt, or shame. And we pay dearly, I'm convinced, when people respond to our needs, not out of desire to give from their heart, but out of fear, guilt, or shame. Sooner or later, we will experience the consequences of a diminished goodwill on the part of those who comply with our needs out of this sense of worrying about punishment or some kind of guilt inducement. Further, each time others associate us in their minds with guilt or fear or shame, we decrease the likelihood of their responding compassionately to our needs and values in the future. The relationship between language and violence is the subject of psychology professor O.J. Harvey's research at the University of Colorado. He took random samples of pieces of literature from many countries over the world and tabulated the frequency of words that classify and judge people. His study shows a high correlation between the frequent use of such words and incidences of violence. It doesn't surprise me to hear that there is considerably less violence in cultures where people think in terms of human needs than in cultures where people label one another as good or bad, right or wrong, normal or abnormal. And they believe that the bad people deserve to be punished. I feel great pain when I see how many of the programs that children are watching on television in which the heroes, in the course of the program, either kill or beat somebody up. Walter Wink, the theologian, has helped me immensely to understand where this all began. He helps me in his book, The Powers That Be, to see that for about 8,000 years we have been programmed to think in these moralistic judgments, to continue to have justice based on these judgments which imply that if people are judged one way, they deserve to suffer and be punished. If they're judged another way, they deserve to be rewarded. There is another way, and I'm glad that we'll have a chance to explore this as we go along. This other way being, let's not judge each other right or wrong. Let's connect in a way in which we continue to enjoy contributing to one another's well-being. Now, I'd like to outline for you some other ways in which we have been educated to communicate and influencing each other that I'm sad about, that I think contribute to great pain. Another one is making comparisons between ourselves and other people. Dan Greenberg, in his book How to Make Yourself Miserable, demonstrates through humor the insidious power that comparative thinking can have over us. He suggests that if readers have a sincere desire to make life miserable for themselves, they might learn to compare themselves to other people. For those unfamiliar with this practice, he provides a few exercises. The first one displays pictures of a man and a woman who embody ideal physical beauty by contemporary media standards. Readers are instructed to take their own body measurements, compare them to those superimposed on the pictures of the attractive specimens, and dwell on the differences. This exercise produces what it promises. We start to feel miserable as we engage in these comparisons. By the time we're as depressed as we think possible, we turn the page to discover that this first exercise, getting us to compare ourselves physically, was a mere warm-up. Since physical beauty is relatively superficial, Greenberg now provides an opportunity to compare ourselves on things that matter more, such as achievement. He resorts to the phone book to give readers a few random individuals to compare themselves with. The first name he claims to have pulled out of the phone book is Wolfgang Mozart. Greenberg lists the languages Mozart spoke and the major pieces he had composed by the time he was a teenager. The exercise then instructs readers to recall their own achievements at their current stage of life, and then compare them with what Mozart had accomplished by age 12, and to dwell on the differences. Even readers who never emerge from the self-induced misery of this exercise might see how powerfully this type of thinking blocks compassion, both for ourselves and others. Another kind of communication that disconnects us from life and contributes to great suffering is the denial of responsibility. Such communication clouds our awareness that we are each responsible for our own thoughts, feelings, and actions. The use of the common expression, have to, as in there are some things you have to do, whether you like it or not, illustrates how personal responsibility for our actions is obscured in such speech. Or the phrase, makes one feel, as in, you make me feel guilty, is another example of how language facilitates the denial of personal responsibility for our own feelings and thoughts. We deny responsibility for our actions when we attribute their cause to vague impersonal forces such as, I cleaned my room because I had to, or our condition, diagnosis, personal or psychological history. An explanation of this kind would sound like this: I drink because I'm an alcoholic. Or we attribute our behavior to the actions of others, such as, I hit my child because he ran into the street. Or we attribute our behavior to the dictates of authority, saying things like, I lied to the client because the boss told me to. Or we blame group pressure, saying things like, I started smoking because all my friends did. Or we attribute our behavior to institutional policies, rules, and regulations, saying things like, I have to suspend you for this infraction because it's policy of our organization. Or we blame gender roles, social roles, or age roles for our behavior, saying things like, I hate going to work, but I do it because I'm a husband and a father. Or we say our behavior was caused by uncontrollable impulses, saying things like, I was overcome by my urge to eat the candy bar. See, when we do things not out of the pure joy of contributing to life, but when our language tricks us into feeling that we are compelled to do it by outside forces, it doesn't make life very enjoyable. And anything we do out of that kind of energy, everybody pays for it. Another time I was consulting with a school district, and a teacher said to me, I hate giving grades. I don't think they're helpful, and they create a lot of anxiety on the part of students. But I have to give grades. It's district policy. We had just been practicing how to introduce language in the classroom that heightens consciousness of responsibility for one's actions. I suggested that the teacher translate the statement, I have to give grades because it's district policy, to, I choose to give grades because I want, and then I ask her to fill in that blank. What are you wanting that makes you give the grades? She answered without hesitation, I choose to give grades because I want to keep my job. And then she hastened to add, but I don't like saying it that way. It makes me feel so responsible for what I'm doing. I told her, that's why I want you to do it that way. I share the sentiments of French novelist and journalist Georges Bernanos when he says, I've thought for a long time now that if someday the increasing efficiency for the technique of destruction finally causes our species to disappear from the earth, it will not be cruelty that will be responsible for our extinction, and still less, of course, the indignation that cruelty awakens and the reprisals and vengeance that it brings upon itself. But the docility, the lack of responsibility of the modern person, their subservient acceptance of every common decree, the horrors that we've seen, and the still greater horrors we shall presently see, are not signs that rebels, insubordinate, untamable people are increasing in number throughout the world, but rather that there is a constant increase in the number of obedient, docile people. Now, there are some other forms of communication that I'm also concerned about because of how I see them disconnecting us from life. Communicating our desires as demands is another form of such communication. A demand explicitly or implicitly threatens the other person with blame or punishment if they fail to comply. It's a common form of communication in our culture, unfortunately, especially among those who hold positions of authority. My own children gave me some invaluable lessons about demands. Somehow I'd gotten it into my head that as a parent my job was to make demands. I learned, however, that I could make all the demands in the world, but this still couldn't make the children do what I wanted them to do. This is a humbling lesson in power for those of us who believe that because we're a parent, teacher, or manager, our job is to change other people and make them behave. So here were my children letting me know that I couldn't make them do anything. All I could do was make them wish they had. Then they taught me another lesson, that any time I would make them wish they had, they would make me wish I hadn't made them wish they had. Life-alienating communication is also associated with the concept that certain actions merit reward while others merit punishment. This thinking is expressed by the word deserve, as he deserves to be punished for what he did. It assumes badness on the part of people who behave in certain ways and calls for punishment to make them repent and change their behavior. I believe it's in everyone's interest that people change, not in order to avoid punishment, but because they see the change as helping them to enrich life. I've just outlined some ways of communicating that I would suggest that we transform: moralistic judgments of others, statements that deny responsibility for our actions, statements that blame our feelings on others. I'd also like to suggest that if we use punishment and reward to motivate other people, I'm concerned about that. I'm confident we wouldn't use punishment and reward as means of influencing people if we ask ourselves two questions. Question 1, what would we like the other person to do differently? Now, if we ask only that question, it makes punishment seem like an effective strategy, because we can probably all think of times when we have been influenced to do something out of a threat of punishment, or we have been able to get other people to do things out of a threat of punishment. But if we add to this question, what do we want other people to do differently? We add this question, what do we want their reasons to be for doing what we are requesting that they do? I think it will become obvious to us that punishment is a losing game. Punishment reinforces the idea of violence as a way of getting what we want from other people. When people do things out of a threat of punishment, we become a source of punishment, and the more people associate us in that way, the harder compassionate giving is for them to engage in. Now, that's not easy for people to consider giving up punishment, because they have this idea that unless we have punishment, we'll have social disorder, people will just do whatever they want to do, we'll have chaos, anarchy. They don't realize that there are other ways of keeping social order beside the threat of punishment. But even though they can somehow see that punishment leads to more violence, it's hard for them to see the problem with rewards. It looks to them like rewarding people for doing what we want is a natural way of doing things. But here again, in nonviolent communication, we would like people to do things because of the intrinsic, the basic value of doing it in terms of how it enriches life. We want that to be what motivates people to act as they do, not to get some extrinsic reward from other people. Now, of all of the extrinsic rewards that concern me, one of the ones that I'm most concerned about is the use of praise and compliments to try to get people to continue doing what they are doing that we like that they do. I'll speak of that later on, except that I want at the moment just to include praise and compliments as part of this rewarding people to do what we want. I'm sure people would never use rewards again if they read Alfie Kohn's book, Punished by Rewards, in which he shows all of the problems that are created when we try to get order or get people to do things out of rewards. I would like to return now to the mechanics of the process of nonviolent communication. But before doing so, I would like to remind you that the mechanics, without the consciousness of why we are applying them, is not nonviolent communication. A woman came back the second day of a workshop, and she said to me, "It didn't work." I said, "Could you tell me what you're referring to?" She said, "I went home last night, and I expressed myself using nonviolent communication to my oldest son. I noticed that he didn't do some work that I wanted him to do, and so I expressed myself. I told him what was alive in me. I told him what I would like him to do." And I said, "Yes," and she told me how she said this, and she had applied the mechanics very well. She had clearly communicated what was alive in her without any criticism of him. She did say clearly what she wanted. I said, "Well, that's what the mechanics are that we've been studying. What's the problem?" She said, "He didn't do it." "Ah," I said, "I can see I didn't make clear that we have to have a different intention than that." She said, "What do you mean?" I said, "It's never our intention in using nonviolent communication to get people to do what we want them to do." She said, "Oh, so I'm just supposed to be permissive and let him do whatever he wants to do?" No, that's not our intention either, to deny our own needs or to leave things go. I had to remind her that the intention is to create the quality of connection necessary for everyone's needs to get met compassionately. So let's keep that in mind now as we look at some of the basic mechanics of the process of nonviolent communication. I said earlier that we want to be able to express what's alive in us, and at times this requires letting people know exactly what they're doing that is either meeting our needs or is not meeting our needs. In other words, to make a clear observation of their actions, and we want to do this without mixing in any evaluations. Observations are an important element in nonviolent communication. However, when we mix up observation and evaluation, we decrease the likelihood that others will hear our intended message. Instead, they're apt to hear criticism and thus resist what we're saying. Now, I hope you don't hear from this that I'm suggesting that we give up evaluating the other person. No, we need to judge people's behavior. We need to judge our behavior and others continually about whether it's serving life or not. What I'm saying now is let's not mix up observation and evaluation. Nonviolent communication is a process language that discourages static generalizations. Instead, the observations that I will recommend that we make are based on observations specific to time and context. The Indian philosopher Jaddu Krishnamurti once remarked that observing without evaluating is the highest form of human intelligence. When I first read this statement, I couldn't quite understand why he thought this was so important. Then I realized that I had trouble doing this, and I also recalled studies that I had read in university about dangerous forms of thinking such as racism, sexism, anti-Semitism, and how people who think in that way cannot make this separation between observation and evaluation. They mix up their interpretations with facts. An example of how not being able to make clear observations gets in the way of our resolving our differences peacefully occurred one time when I was working with an elementary school staff. This staff was having a lot of problems communicating with their principal. They didn't like working with him. The tension in the school was so great that parents were making complaints about the atmosphere in the school, so the superintendent asked if I could help out, and the plan was I would meet first with the staff and find out what was bothering them and then get them together with the administrator. So in the time that I was with the teachers, I asked them this question to begin with. I said, it's been brought to my attention that you and the school administrator are not getting along too well. And it would help me to contribute to getting things working better if you could tell me specifically what is he doing or not doing that's difficult for you to live with. So I was asking them for clear observations. What is he doing or not doing? But instead of getting the answer to my question, I got an analysis back from one of the teachers. When I asked, what does the administrator do, he said, he has a big mouth. Notice I didn't ask him, what size mouth does the administrator have? I asked him what the administrator did. I pointed out this discrepancy between my question and his answer and asked him if he could be more specific, what the administrator did that he was referring to as having a big mouth. He couldn't do it. Everything that came to him was a criticism, analysis, judgment of the administrator. A teacher nearby, seeing him struggle with this, says, well, I know what he's talking about. I said, well, fine, help him out. What does the administrator do? And this second person said, he talks too much. I said, I'd like you to see that I would say that talks too much is another evaluation. It's not an observable behavior. It's mixing in what he does with how you interpret it. I'm confident we'll be able to communicate a lot better if we can begin communication with him by being specific. What does he do that makes it hard for you to be around him? Another teacher said, he wants to be the center of attention all the time. No, that's telling me what you guess he wants. Even if it's accurate, it's a diagnosis. It's not a description of what he does. Another teacher said, well, he thinks he's the only one that has anything worth saying. I said, again, there's another diagnosis. One of the teachers then said, boy, that's hard to do. And then I quoted to them the quote I just gave about Krishnamurti, saying how hard it is given how we've been programmed to think, to keep separate observation and evaluation. With my help, they finally came up with some observations, one of which was this, that during their weekly staff meetings, that no matter what was on the schedule, he would relate it to war experiences he had had. He would tell childhood experiences and other stories, and as a result, the staff meetings lasted at least 20 minutes longer than they were scheduled. I said, has anyone ever called this to his attention, that specific behavior? And they could see immediately that when they had tried to talk to him about this, they had mixed in words like talks too much and so forth, and he got defensive when they did that. So I suggested we meet with him and they try to be specific in this meeting about what he does that they don't like. When we did get together for the meeting, I saw rather quickly what they were talking about, because no matter what seemed to come up, the administrator would start to say, that reminds me of a time, and he would go on and start to tell some stories, and I was waiting for the staff to confront him with what we had talked about, that they bring this to his attention, that when he does this, it didn't meet their needs. But instead of people communicating verbally with him, I saw a lot of nonverbal communication going on. People rolled their eyes and looked at each other, poked each other in the ribs as though to communicate there he goes again. And they looked at their watches and yawned, and finally I said, isn't somebody going to say something? There was a painful silence for a moment, and then the gentleman who spoke up in our first meeting looked at the administrator and said, You have a big mouth. So I obviously hadn't been clear about how to express clear observations and not mix them up with evaluations. But with my help, they did clearly let him know what he did that they didn't like, and he was very glad to get that information. He was just unaware that that was bothering people to this degree. Now let me give you some other examples of what happens when we mix up these two things. For example, the use of the verb to be without indication that the evaluator accepts responsibility for the evaluation is an example of this. For example, if someone says, "You're too generous." If we were to separate observation and evaluation, this might sound like this. "When I see you give all your lunch money to others, I think you are being too generous." Now that at least separates observation and evaluation. I'll later suggest, however, that instead of telling people what we think of them, it would be more powerful to tell them what our needs are that aren't being met. Another kind of confusion of observation and evaluation is when we use verbs with evaluative connotations, like if we say, "Doug procrastinates." If we separate observation from evaluation, it might sound like this. "Doug only studies for exams the night before." Another confusion of observation and evaluation comes with the implication that one's inferences about another person's thoughts, feelings, intentions, or desires are the only ones possible. For example, if we say about somebody, "She won't get her work in." If we separate observation from evaluation, that might sound like this. "I don't think she'll get her work in." Or we just make a quote. "She said, I won't get my work in." Another confusion of observation and evaluation is when we see a confusion of prediction with certainty. That might sound like this. "If you don't eat balanced meals, your health will be impaired." Separating observation from evaluation, we might say, "If you don't eat balanced meals, I fear that your health may be impaired." Another confusion comes with a failure to be specific about reference. That would sound like this. "Minorities don't take care of their property." That would be said this way if we separate observation and evaluation. "I've not seen the minority family living next door to me shovel the snow on their sidewalk." Another confusion comes from the use of words denoting ability without indicating that an evaluation is being made. That might sound like this. "Hank Smith is a poor soccer player." Separating observation and evaluation, it might sound like, "Hank Smith has not scored a goal in 20 games. And then we have the use of adverb and adjectives in ways that do not signify an evaluation has been made. That would sound like, "Jim is ugly." If we say it in harmony with nonviolent communication, we might say, "Jim's looks don't appeal to me." Sometimes the words always, never, ever, and so forth get us into trouble when they're used as exaggerations. For example, if we say to somebody, "You're always busy," I think we could say that better by saying, as often as when I want to talk to you, you tell me you're busy, I get frustrated." Or if we say to somebody, "She's never there when she's needed," I think it would be more accurate to say, "There's been several times recently when I have called upon her and she wasn't available." When these words always and never are used as exaggeration, they often provoke defensiveness rather than compassion. Similarly, words like frequently and seldom can communicate the same confusion. So if you say, "You seldom do what I want," I think it would be more accurate to say, "The last 3 times I initiated an activity, you said you didn't want to do it." Or instead of "he frequently comes over," "he comes over at least 3 times a week." So the business of keeping our observations and evaluations separate is one of the three components of learning how to express what's alive in us. The second component I'd like to focus on now is how to express clearly our feelings at any given moment. Because it's our feelings and our needs which we'll look at next, after the feelings. Those two together, feelings and needs, are the best way I've ever learned to connect with the life in myself and other people. There's a poem that I resonate to called The Mask. Unfortunately, I've forgotten who wrote it. But this poem helps me become conscious of how many of us go around without a language of life, who don't know how to say what's going on inside, what we're feeling, what we're needing. And how sad that is when all we know how to do is express alienating thoughts. The poem goes like this. Always a mask held in the slim hand whitely. Always she had a mask before her face. Truly the wrist holding it lightly fitted the task. Sometimes, however, was there a shiver, fingertip quiver ever so slightly, holding the mask? For years and years and years I wondered, but dared not ask. And then I blundered. I looked behind the mask to find nothing. She had no face. She had become merely a hand holding a mask with grace. So many of us going around as nice, dead people because we have been taught a language of domination that makes us, moment by moment, worrying about what people think we are. Do they think I'm normal, abnormal, kind, unkind, attractive, unattractive? And the more we occupy ourselves at that level, the less we're connected to the life within ourselves, to our human emotions. Psychoanalyst Rollo May suggests that the mature person becomes able to differentiate feelings into as many nuances, strong and passionate experiences, or delicate and sensitive ones, as in the different passages of music in a symphony. For many of us, however, our ability to express feelings, as Rollo May describes it, is limited, like notes in a bugle call. Our repertoire of words for calling people names is much larger, usually, than our vocabulary of words that allow us to clearly describe what's alive in us, our emotional state. I went through 21 years of American schools, and I can't recall at any time being asked how I felt. Feelings were simply not considered important. What was valued was, in quotes, the right way to think, end quotes, as defined by those who held positions of rank and authority. Too often, in my experience, we are trained to be other-directed, rather than to be in contact with ourselves. We learn to be up in our head wondering, what is it that others think is right for me to say and do? An interaction I had with a teacher when I was about 9 years old demonstrates how alienation from our feelings can begin. Once I was hiding in a classroom after school was over. It was an hour and a half after school was over. And I was hiding because there were a group of students outside that wanted to punish me because I was Jewish. A teacher found me hiding in the classroom, and she was surprised to see a student still in the school an hour and a half after school was over. She didn't know I was trying to outwait those who were waiting outside for me. And she said, "What are you doing in here? Get out, you're not supposed to be in school this late." And I said, "Those boys outside are waiting to beat me up." She says, "But school is over, you have to go out now." I said, "But I'm afraid." And she said, "Boys don't get afraid." A few years later, I received further reinforcement of this kind of thinking through my participation in athletics. It was typical for coaches to value athletes willing to give their all and continue playing no matter how much physical pain they were in. I learned the lesson so well I once continued playing baseball for a month with an untreated broken wrist. At a nonviolent communication workshop, a college student spoke about a roommate who played the stereo so loudly it kept him awake. When I asked him to express how he felt when this happened, the student replied, "I feel it isn't right to play music so loud at night." I pointed out that when he followed the word feel with the word that, he was expressing an opinion but not revealing his feelings. I asked him to try again to express his feelings. He responded, "I feel when people do something like that, it's evidence of a personality disturbance." I explained that to me this was still an opinion rather than what he was feeling. He paused thoughtfully and then announced with vehemence, "I don't have any feelings about it." The student obviously had strong feelings. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to become aware of them or to express them. This difficulty in identifying and expressing feelings is common, and in my experience especially so among lawyers, engineers, police officers, corporate managers, career military personnel, people whose professional codes discourage them from manifesting emotions. For families, the toll is severe when members are unable to communicate emotions. Country and Western singer Reba McEntire wrote a song after her father's death entitled it, "The Greatest Man I Never Knew." In so doing, she undoubtedly expressed the sentiments of many people who were never able to establish the emotional connection they would have liked with people in their families. I regularly hear statements like, "I wouldn't want you to get the wrong idea. I'm married to a wonderful man, but I never know how he's feeling." One such dissatisfied woman brought her spouse to a workshop, during which she told him, "I feel like I'm married to a wall." The husband then did an excellent imitation of a wall. He sat mute. Exasperated, she turned to me and said, "See, this is what happens all the time. He sits and says nothing. It's just like living with a wall." I said, "It sounds to me like you're feeling lonely and wanting more emotional contact with your husband." She said, "Yes." And I said, "I'm afraid that when you tell him things like, 'I feel like I'm living with a wall,' notice you're not expressing your feelings when you say that. You're making a diagnosis, and diagnoses like that often lead to self-fulfilling prophecies." When she expressed herself as I suggested she do, by telling her husband how she feels, she says, "I feel frustrated when I need contact with you, and I don't know what you're feeling. Would you be willing to learn how to express your feelings more openly?" When he heard that, the wall turned into a real human being and started to open up and say that he wants to do that, but he would need some help because he didn't have much experience with knowing how to express his feelings. The benefits of strengthening our feeling vocabulary is evident not only in intimate relationships, but also in the professional world. I was once hired to consult with the members of a technological department of a large Swiss corporation, troubled by the discovery that workers in other departments were avoiding them. When asked why, employees from other departments responded, "We hate going there to consult with those people. It's like talking to a bunch of machines." The problem abated when I spent time with the members of the technological department, encouraging them to express more of their humanness in their communications with coworkers. In another instance, I was working with the administrators of a hospital, who were anxious about a forthcoming meeting with the hospital's physicians. They wanted support for a project that the physicians had only recently turned down by a vote of 17-1. The administrators were eager to have me demonstrate how they might use nonviolent communication when approaching the physicians. Assuming the voice of an administrator in a role-playing session, I opened with, "I'm feeling frightened to be bringing up this issue." I chose to start this way because I sensed how frightened the administrators were as they prepared to confront the physicians. Before I could continue, however, one of the administrators stopped me to protest. "You can't say you're frightened in that way. You're being unrealistic. We could never say that." When I asked why an admission of fear seemed so impossible, he replied without hesitation. If we admitted we're frightened, they'd pick us to pieces. His answer didn't surprise me. I've often heard people say how they cannot imagine ever expressing feelings at their workplace. I was pleased to learn, however, that one of the administrators did decide to risk expressing his vulnerability at the dreaded meeting. Instead of his customary manner of appearing strictly logical, rational, and unemotional, he chose to state his feelings together with reasons for wanting the physicians to change their position. He noticed how differently the physicians responded to him. In the end, he was amazed and relieved when, instead of being picked to pieces, as he had expected might happen, they reversed their previous position, voting 17-1 now to support the project. This dramatic turnaround helped the administrators realize and appreciate the potential impact of expressing one's vulnerability even in the workplace. Finally, let me share a personal incident that taught me the effects of hiding our feelings. I was teaching a course in nonviolent communication to a group of inner-city students. When I walked into the room the first day, the students, who had been enjoying a lively conversation with each other, became quiet, looked down, looked out the window. They didn't look at all interested in being there. I said good morning, and in the silence I felt very uncomfortable. I didn't feel connection with them, but I was afraid to express it. Instead, I proceeded in my most professional manner by saying, for this class we will be studying a process of communication that I hope you will find helpful in your relationships at home and with your friends. I continued to present information about the process, but no one seemed to be listening. One girl, rummaging through her bag, fished out a file and began vigorously filing her nails. Students near the windows glued their faces to the pane as if fascinated by what was going on in the street below. I felt increasingly more uncomfortable, yet I didn't say it. I just continued on. Finally, a student who had certainly more courage than I was demonstrating piped up, "You just hate being with black people, don't you?" I was stunned, yet immediately realized how I had contributed to this misperception by hiding my discomfort that I was actually feeling at not getting the connection with them that I'd like. I said, "I am feeling nervous, but not because you're black. My feelings have to do with my not knowing anyone here, and I wanted to be accepted, and when I came in the room, from the reaction I got, it didn't meet my need for acceptance." This expression of my vulnerability had a pronounced effect on the students. They started to ask questions about me, to tell me things about themselves, and they were then much better able to learn what I had to offer about nonviolent communication. A common confusion generated by the English language is our use of the word feel, without actually expressing a feeling when we do use the verb. For example, in the sentence, "I feel I didn't get a fair chance," the words "I feel" could be more accurately replaced with "I think." In general, feelings are not being clearly expressed when the word feel is followed by words such as that, like, as if, in sentences like, "I feel that you should know better," "I feel like a failure," "I feel as if I'm living with a wall." Also, this is seen in pronouns, I, you, he, she, they, it, saying, "I feel I am constantly on call," "I feel it is useless," or when we follow the word feel with names or nouns referring to people. "I feel Amy has been pretty responsible," "I feel my boss is being manipulated." So even though the word feel is used in these sentences, what follows is not what I would call an emotion or a feeling. In the English language, it isn't necessary at all to use the word feel when we are actually expressing a feeling. We can say, "I'm feeling irritated," or simply, "I'm irritated." In nonviolent communication, we distinguish between words that express actual feelings and those that describe what we think we are. A description of what we think we are might be, "I feel inadequate as a guitar player." In this statement, I'm assessing my ability as a guitar player rather than clearly expressing my feelings. What would be an expression of feelings might sound like this. I feel impatient with myself as a guitar player. I feel disappointed in my guitar playing. I feel frustrated when I play the guitar. The actual feeling behind my assessment of myself as inadequate could therefore be disappointment, impatience, frustration, or some other emotion. So just saying what we think we are doesn't really capture the feeling. Likewise, it's helpful to differentiate between words that describe what we think others are doing around us and words that describe actual feelings. The following are examples of statements that are easily mistaken as expressions of feelings. In fact, they reveal more how we think others are behaving than what we are actually feeling ourselves. Example 1, I feel unimportant to the people with whom I work. The word unimportant describes how I think others are evaluating me, rather than how I'm actually feeling. In this situation, I might feel sad or discouraged. A second example, I feel misunderstood. Here the word misunderstood indicates my assessment of the other person's level of understanding, rather than an actual feeling. In this situation, I might be feeling anxious or annoyed or some other emotion. A third example, I feel ignored. Again, this is more of an interpretation of the actions of others rather than a clear statement of how we are feeling. No doubt there have been times when we thought we were being ignored and our feeling was relief because we wanted to be left to ourselves. No doubt there were other times, however, when we felt hurt when we thought we were being ignored because we had wanted to be involved. Words like ignored express how we interpret others rather than how we feel. So let me give you some more of these words that I think are often mixed up with feeling words and give quite different connections with other people than if we used words which better express the feelings. So, again, I want to stress the following are not what I would call feeling words. I feel abandoned, abused, attacked, betrayed, cheated, coerced, interrupted, manipulated, neglected, overworked, unwanted, unappreciated, rejected, put down. So in expressing our feelings, it helps to use words that refer to specific emotions rather than words that are vague or general. For example, if we say, I feel good about that, the word good could mean happy, excited, relieved, or any number of other emotions. Words such as good and bad prevent the listener from connecting easily with what we are actually feeling. So I'd like us to check out to see whether I've made clear what are feelings and what are forms of communications that I don't see as feelings. Let me give several statements and see if you feel they are feelings or not. And then I'll tell you what my reaction is. Number 1, I feel you don't love me. I would not call that a feeling. Notice the word you comes after the word feel. It wasn't a feeling. When I say I feel you don't love me, I might feel sad, discouraged, might even be angry, depending on how I was interpreting things. So I would not call I feel you don't love me a feeling. Number 2, I'm sad that you're leaving because I really value our connection. I would call this a feeling because of the word sad. Number 3, I feel scared right now. My need for connection is being threatened. I would say a feeling is expressed there by the word scared. Number 4, when you don't greet me, I feel neglected. I would not call that sentence one in which a feeling was expressed because the word neglected is for me not an emotion, it's more an interpretation. I would have preferred it to be sounding something like this. When you don't greet me, I feel sad, hurt, discouraged. Number 5, I'm happy that you can come to my party. I'd say a feeling was expressed here, happy. Number 6, you're disgusting. No, of course I wouldn't call this a feeling. That's a diagnosis of the other person. If I said I feel disgusted right now because my needs aren't getting met, that's different for me than you're disgusting. Number 7, I feel like hitting you. I would not call that a feeling. That tells me what the person has an image of doing. But I don't know whether that person's scared and wanting to protect themselves by hitting the others, whether they're angry. Could be other feelings as well. Number 8, I feel misunderstood. I wouldn't call misunderstood a feeling. It's one of those words, it's more for me a diagnosis of the other person. I don't know whether the speaker's feeling frustrated, annoyed, sad, discouraged, whatever. Number 9, I feel good about what you did for me. Here the word good is more vague than I would like it to be. I would like us to have a richer vocabulary than that. I would like it to have been expressed like I feel deep gratitude, or I feel pleasure, or I feel happy. Not a vague word like good. Number 10, I'm worthless. I would call that a self-judgment, not a feeling. I would have preferred the person to express the feeling more clearly. If they had been feeling, I feel depressed, I would have preferred that. I feel frustrated, discouraged. Now, as important as feelings are, we don't want to just express our feelings. If I say I'm feeling irritated, it's not enough. We don't want to just express our feelings without some other things connected to them. For example, anytime we express a feeling of discomfort, we want to connect that to the need which is the cause of the feeling. And we want to add a clear request of what we want from the other person that would alleviate our discomfort. In the next session, I'm going to talk about taking responsibility for our feelings. I hope now I have clarified the importance of feelings and how we need to have a good vocabulary of feelings and express them openly. But it's also important that we take responsibility for our feelings, that we in no way imply that what others say or do can ever make us feel as we do. We knew this probably when we were very young. You probably learned your own version of a rhyme that was said by the children in my neighborhood. It went like this: "Sticks and stones can break my bones, but names can never hurt me." Even at age 6, we had the awareness that we had a choice as to how we react to things, that other people's names could only hurt us depending on how we took it. But we probably lost that wisdom as we got exposed to people who tried to use guilt to manipulate us, who tried to get us to believe that our behavior could create their pain. We therefore started to take responsibility for their feelings. Now the word responsibility means response-able. We can only be responsible for that which we're able to control. We can't control how people interpret our behavior. Therefore, we're not responsible for their interpretations or the feelings that follow their interpretations. We are responsible for our behavior, for our intentions. Likewise, other people are responsible for their intentions in relationship to us. They are responsible for what they say or do. And we are responsible for how we take it. And how we take it will depend on how we feel. Therefore, our feelings are a result of what we choose to do. So we are responsible for our feelings. So in nonviolent communication, we follow any expression of feelings with the words, because I. I'm feeling hurt because I. I'm feeling pleased because I. Never, you make me feel, or I feel angry because you. No, always I feel because I. Now, developmentally, that's important, to be conscious that whatever feelings we have, it's a result of how we take things. So it's important to be conscious of what's going on in our head that creates our feelings. Unfortunately, we have been programmed to think in a way that what goes on in our head most of the time is not what's alive in us or others, but what's in our head much of the time are these moralistic judgments that have been programmed into us. These programmed judgments, they create the following feelings: anger, guilt, depression, and shame. So when we put our judgments outward and think that what other people are doing is sick, bad, stupid, inappropriate, etc., we're likely to feel angry. But then it's important for us to be conscious that it isn't what they did that makes us angry, it's how we took it. If we're feeling depressed, guilt, shame, it's not other people who make us feel that way. It's how we are interpreting ourselves that makes us feel those feelings. So it's very important to be conscious that it's how we're thinking that causes those kind of feelings. But when we communicate with others, we want to communicate not from those thoughts that we have about them. We want to communicate from life, from our needs. Therefore, we can use those feelings, anger, guilt, depression, and shame, to make us conscious that at that moment, we're really not connected to our needs. We're up in our head, analyzing in a judgmental way. So what we need to learn to do is quickly identify those judgments that are causing us to feel those anger, guilt, depression, shame, and to be conscious that behind those judgments, at the root of them, is always our needs. It's our needs that are the root. Unfortunately, we haven't been trained to go directly to the root. We've been trained to go up to our head. But we can go back now. We can see the need behind the judgment. And so in other sessions, I will be describing particularly how to handle anger and how to slow down and see the thoughts that are making us angry and how to connect with the needs. But for now, I'd like to just concentrate on how we can develop a rich vocabulary of needs and always express our feelings to others with reference to our needs. So I want to repeat that moralistic judgments, criticisms, diagnoses, and interpretations of others are all alienated expressions of our needs. If someone says, "You never understand me," obviously they're telling us their need for understanding is not being fulfilled. If a life partner says, "You've been working late every night this week, you love your work more than you love me," she's saying that her need for intimacy is not being met. When we express our needs indirectly through the use of evaluations, interpretations, and images, others are likely to hear criticism. And when people hear anything that sounds like criticism, they tend to invest their energy in self-defense or counterattack. If we're wishing a compassionate response from others, it's therefore self-defeating to express our needs in the form of interpretations or diagnoses of the behavior of others. The more directly we can connect our feelings to our own needs, the easier it is and the more natural it is for others to respond compassionately to our needs. But as I say, most of us have never been taught to think in terms of needs. We have been programmed to think about what's wrong with others when our needs aren't being fulfilled. Thus, if we want our children to hang a coat up in the closet, and we say they're lazy for leaving it on the couch, it doesn't make doing that task joyful for the child. Or if we interpret our coworkers as being irresponsible when they don't go about their tasks as we would like, it doesn't make it joyful for them to change their behavior. I was once asked to mediate between two tribes that were at war in northern Nigeria. In 1 year, 1/4 of the population had been killed. It wasn't easy for my associate to get everybody in a room together. There had been so much violence between the two sides. To get the chiefs together was a major effort on my colleague's part. But he was successful, and now I'm in a room with 12 chiefs from one side and 12 chiefs from the other. And I asked them this question. I said, let's begin by getting clear what everyone's needs are that aren't getting met. I'm confident that when we get clear about the needs that aren't being met, we'll find a way to get everybody's needs met. So who would like to start? What needs of yours are not getting met? A chief from the Christian tribe screamed across the table, "You people are murderers!" Immediately a response came back, "You people have been trying to dominate us." This is sadly what I see going on in almost every conflict that I'm asked to mediate in. Instead of knowing how to say what's alive in themselves, people only know how to express these judgments. So my job in that case is to translate their judgments into their needs and help the other side see the need and leave off the enemy images. So when the chief said, "You people are murderers," I said, "Chief, are you saying that your need for security isn't being met in this situation?" He looked at me and he said, "That's exactly what I'm saying." Well, of course, he didn't say that. He probably hadn't been trained to think in terms of needs. But needs, I think, are always a more truthful expression of what's alive in people than these judgments of others that we've been trained to make. So having got his need for safety clear, I turned to a chief from the other side of the table and said, "Would somebody from this side just repeat back the chief's needs so I'm sure we're all connecting?" And the person who responded said, "Then why did you kill my child?" Well, of course, with such tension between the two sides, it wasn't easy for me to help the other party to hear the first party's needs. But finally he heard that the other person had a need for safety. Then I helped the other side translate their judgment of, "You have been trying to dominate us," into their needs. And I said to that chief, "Are you saying you have a need for equality that isn't being met in this situation?" And he said, "That's exactly what I'm saying." And I helped the other side to hear that. Now, to get that far, to get both sides to see that the needs involved on the one hand were safety, a need for equality. There were some others, but it took us well over an hour and a half just to get the first two needs expressed, just to get them both to see that the need for safety and equality were involved in this conflict. At that point, a chief that hadn't spoken yet said to me in a very animated way, "If we know how to communicate this way, we don't have to kill each other." And that has been my experience. When we have a language of life, a language of needs, it's amazing how conflicts which seem impossible to resolve themselves. When I work with couples, I ask the couples who have assembled, identify a conflict which you haven't been able to resolve, and let's see who's got the longest conflict that's been outstanding that hasn't been solved. And when we find that couple that have the longest conflict that hasn't been resolved, I'll bet you that we can resolve it within 20 minutes from the point at which both sides can tell me what the other party is needing in this situation. The couple that we found in all of these workshops that had the longest conflict that hadn't been solved had been married 39 years and had a conflict that started 6 months into their marriage. It involved money and checkbooks, and she had overdrawn the checkbook, and therefore her husband had taken over making checks and wouldn't let her write checks. And for 39 years this had been a cause of great pain. So I said to them, "Now, if you can both tell me what your needs are and hear each other's needs, I'll bet you we can resolve this within 20 minutes. The wife said to me, "Marshall, I can tell you right now we're not going to resolve this in 20 minutes. We've been talking about this for 39 years. And I said to her, "Hold it now. I didn't say we'd resolve it within 20 minutes. I said within 20 minutes from the point at which you can each tell me what the other party's needs are." She said, "Marshall, when you've been married that long, you know what the other side's needs are." I said, "Okay, I may be wrong in my prediction, but it'll only take us 20 minutes to find out. Tell me what his needs are, he'll tell me what your needs are, and we'll see." She said, he doesn't want me to spend any money. And he said, that's ridiculous. Now, what she hadn't gotten clear yet is doesn't want me to spend any money is not what I mean by a need. That's what I call a strategy for meeting a need. Needs contain no reference to specific people taking specific actions. Needs are universal. All human beings have the same needs. So I hadn't made that clear to her, and I explained that what she expressed was what I would call a strategy. But it wasn't a need. So with a little bit more explanation, she thought she understood, and she said, okay, I understand. I'll tell you what his needs are. He's just like his own father. He has a depression mentality when it comes to money. So she was giving me an analysis of him, not realizing that that wasn't the answer to my question of what his needs were. So I could see that she really had no awareness of what his needs were, so I asked him, could you tell your wife what your needs are? He said, Marshall, she's a wonderful wife, a wonderful mother, but when it comes to money, she's totally irresponsible. And she says, that's not fair. Tragic, you see, tragic that we don't have a language of needs. We only have a language that implies wrongness when our needs are not getting met. So I helped him to translate his judgment of her as irresponsible with money into his needs. I said, are you having a need to protect the family economically? Is that what's involved for you? He said, yes, that's what I'm saying. Well, of course, he didn't say that. I said to his wife, could you tell me back what you heard your husband's needs are? And she says, but. I said, no buts. Just hear his needs. He thinks I'm irresponsible. See, she's now reacting to all the years she's heard that judgment. Now even when the need is expressed, she can't hear it. So I had to repeat his need 2 or 3 more times before she could just hear that simple sentence that his need was for safety and protection economically for the family. That was what was involved for him. And then I helped her identify her need, which is she had a need to be trusted that she could learn how to handle money differently than she had handled it when she had overdrawn the checkbook a couple times when they were first married. So she had a need to be trusted that she could learn. And I said to the husband, could you repeat her need? And he said, we'll be out of money by then. So it wasn't easy for him to let go of his images of her and just hear her needs. When I finally got the two of them to hear each other's needs, which took well over an hour, then it didn't take 20 minutes to resolve the conflict to everybody's satisfaction. So learning a language of needs is critical, but it's not easy given how we have been programmed. The fortunate thing is we don't have that many needs. The economist Manfred Max Neef, whose whole system of economy is based on getting human needs met, his way of evaluating whether an economy is sound or not is the degree to which it meets everybody's needs. So since his whole economic system is based on needs, he's done a lot of work trying to identify what are the basic needs that we have to fulfill. And we have to make sure everybody on the planet gets these needs fulfilled. And he comes up with the needs that I would word in my language. First, sustenance. We obviously have a need for things like food, shelter, protection from the elements, enough clothing to protect us, and so forth. So let's call those needs just basic sustenance needs. Then we have need for protection, safety. Another important need is for empathy. Most people don't know that word, but they call it understanding, and as we'll see later, I like the word empathy to differentiate it from just intellectual understanding. For me, empathy is really the human need. We'll talk about that later. And we have a need for honesty, clarity, to be able to trust that what other people say is really what's going on. We have a need for celebration, for play, rest, a need for creativity. We have a need for love. Now here is where people using nonviolent communication, they use the word love as a need. People who have other forms of communication often think of love as a feeling, and I'll talk about this later on. But the need for love is very important. Then we have a need for a community, a warm, accepting community. An important need is a need for autonomy, that we choose to do what we want, not have other people force us to do things. Need for autonomy. Look in the newspaper on any given day and see how many wars are going on around the planet in regard to this need. Human beings do not want other people claiming to control their lives. And we have a need for meaning and purpose in our lives. This is the need that Viktor Frankl, the Austrian psychiatrist, in his book Man's Search for Meaning, says is the most important need of all for our full humanness. The need for meaning, purpose. I use the words a need to contribute to life to refer to this need. So that's not that many needs that we need to be able to communicate and be conscious of. But we have to put our own language to those needs because it's such a vital part of our communication. We need to have a language for identifying our needs that works for us, that we feel connects us to our needs. But we may need to be flexible and find other words to communicate to our 4-year-old child. They have the same needs, but we may need to simplify the language. In a world where we're often judged harshly for identifying and revealing our needs, doing so can be very frightening. Women, for example, are often taught that it's their job as women to sacrifice their needs and take care of the needs of others. Men are taught that brave men have no needs. It's their job to do what the king or the leaders tell them to do, even if it means losing their lives. So these cultural images make it seem as though needs are needy, selfish, dependent. We have been educated to see that there's something wrong with us for having the needs. If we have that kind of idea that our needs are needy, dependent, selfish, when we do try to express our needs, we do it with an energy that often provokes a reaction to people which is not what we would like, and then only furthers our idea that there's something wrong with us for having the needs. So in our training, we show people how to have what I call a Santa Claus attitude when expressing your needs, to see our needs as a gift to others. It gives others an opportunity to see what's alive in us and to contribute to our well-being. So instead of expressing our needs with what I call a kick-me attitude, like if we want some support from our neighbor in watching our children for a few minutes while we go and do something, instead of saying with this kick-me attitude that comes from thinking our needs are a burden, I know you're very busy and I don't like to bother you, but, I have something very important to do and I need some support in helping with the children. Would you watch them for a few minutes? You see, what an attitude. If we have that attitude toward our own needs, why would we expect other people to value our needs? So I suggest we express our needs with a Santa Claus attitude, that we have an awareness that our needs are a precious gift. So we go to the neighbor, ho, 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 you lucky person. I'm going to tell you about my needs for some support right now. One of the most touching experiences I had in a workshop that really revealed the depth of people's fears of expressing needs came from my mother. She attended a training I did, and some of the women were talking about how hard it was for them to express their needs, how they had been programmed to be so concerned about the needs of others that they didn't find it easy to find their own needs or to express it. My mother got up and went to the restroom, and it took her quite a while before she returned. I was starting to get worried about her, and then when she came out, I saw that she was very pale. And I said, Mother, are you all right? She said, oh, I'm okay now, but this conversation of the women talking about how hard it was for them to express their needs touched something very deep in me. It reminded me of a time when I was 14, and my older sister had an appendix operation, and one of my older sisters went to her in the hospital and bought her a little purse. And oh, how I would have liked to have had a purse like that. But as you know, my family was very poor. And if you asked for anything, you expressed any needs that might involve money, my older brothers and sisters would say, "Don't you know we're poor? Don't put any burdens on our parents by asking for something." So as much as I wanted that purse, it was so hard for me to even think of asking for one. And then I started to complain of pains in my side. And they took me to the doctors and they couldn't find anything, but finally they thought they would do exploratory surgery and take out my appendix in case it was a problem with my appendix. And they did. I had the operation, and now I was laying in bed, and my strategy worked. My sister that bought the other one a purse bought me one too. And there I was laying in bed with this purse. My pain in the side was obvious, but I didn't care about the physical pain. I got my needs met in a deep way by getting that purse. And a nurse came in and stuck a thermometer in my mouth. Then she left the room. Another nurse came in, and I held up the purse to show her I was so proud of it. And I said, meaning, look at my new purse. But the nurse didn't understand my message. She came over and said, "For me, thank you," and took the purse. And I couldn't express my needs and tell her that I really would like it back. I didn't mean for her to take it. That story was very powerful for me. It helped me understand a lot about my mother that was irritating me. I could see that a lot of times how hard it was for her to express her needs, and the way she did it, I didn't realize just how hard it was for her to express the needs. In our development toward a state of emotional liberation, most of us seem to experience 3 stages in the way we relate to others and their needs. In one stage, which I refer to as emotional slavery, we believe that we're responsible for the feelings of others. We think it's our job to make everybody happy, and if they're not happy, we feel responsible and compelled to do something about it. This can easily lead us to see the very people who are closest to us as real burdens. Taking responsibility for the feelings of others can be very detrimental in intimate relationships. I regularly hear people tell me that they're frightened of intimate relationships because of this. They say things like, "Every time I see my partner in pain or needing something, I feel overwhelmed. I feel like I'm in prison, that I'm being smothered, and I just have to get out of the relationship as fast as possible." This response is common among those who experience love as denial of one's own needs in order to attend the needs of the other. In the early days of a relationship, partners typically relate joyfully and compassionately to each other out of a sense of freedom. The relationship is exhilarating, spontaneous, wonderful. Eventually, however, as they define the relationship as serious, now the partners start to assume responsibility for each other's feelings. And from then on, things can go downhill very fast. If I were a partner who's conscious of doing this, I could improve the situation by acknowledging it and saying, "It's hard for me to see your pain. As soon as I see it, I lose connection with myself." Unfortunately, most people haven't reached the level of awareness that they can bring that out into the open like that, and instead they often blame their partners. They say, "You're too needy, you're too dependent." When we do that, it makes the situation worse very quickly. At another level, another stage, we become aware of the high cost of assuming responsibility for other people's feelings and trying to accommodate them at our own expense. When we notice how much of our lives we've missed and how little we've responded to the call of our own soul, we may get angry. I refer jokingly to this stage as the obnoxious stage, because now, instead of taking responsibility for other people's feelings, denying our needs, doing for them, and then later feeling resentful, now we say, "That's your problem. I'm not responsible for your feelings." In this stage, we're clear what we are not responsible for. We no longer want to think that we're responsible for the other person's happiness. We don't want to be always having to deny ourselves and do for them. Unfortunately, we're not quite clear yet about this idea of responsibility, what we do want to assume responsibility for. So when we're only in this phase, we often rebel against the other person's feelings in a way that's not good for us or them. As we emerge from this stage of emotional enslavement, we may continue to carry remnants of fear and guilt around, having our own needs. Thus, it's not surprising that we end up expressing our needs in a way that sound rigid and unyielding to the ears of others. For example, during a break in one of my workshops, a young woman expressed appreciation for the insight she'd gained into her own state of emotional enslavement. When the workshop resumed, I suggested an activity to the group. The same young woman then declared assertively, "I'd rather do something else." I sensed she was exercising her newfound right to express her needs, even if they ran counter to those of others. To encourage her to sort out what her needs really were, I said, "Do you want to do something else, even if it conflicts with my needs?" She thought for a moment and then stammered, "Yes. No." Her confusion reflects how, in this second stage, we have yet to grasp that emotional liberation entails more than simply asserting our own needs. It requires asserting our own needs, to be sure, but in a way that communicates that we are equally interested in the needs of others. I recall an incident during my daughter's passage toward emotional liberation. She'd always been the perfect little girl who denied her own needs to comply with the wishes of others. When I became aware of how frequently she suppressed her own desires in order to please others, I started to talk to her about this and told her I'd enjoy hearing her needs. When we first broached the subject, she said, "But Daddy, I don't want to disappoint anybody." I helped her to see how her honesty would be a precious gift and not a burden. I also suggested she could empathize with people when they are upset without taking responsibility for their feelings. A short time later, I saw evidence that my daughter was beginning to listen to what I said and try to integrate it into her life and express herself more openly. A call came from her school principal, apparently disturbed by a communication he'd had with Marla. When I went in to talk to the school administrator, he said, "Marla came to school today dressed in blue jeans. I told her that isn't how young ladies dress. And she said, 'Bug off.'" Well, I was thrilled. Marla had started to liberate herself and started to listen to her own needs and not feel that she always had to please others. Yes, I could see that I hadn't made clear how to express our needs in a way that shows also respect and understanding of others, but I knew that would come. And so I was celebrating, but it was a little hard for me to get the school administrator to celebrate. So when we reach a third stage of what I call emotional liberation, whenever we do respond to the needs of others, we do so out of compassion, never out of fear, guilt, or shame. We make sure that we don't suppress our own needs in responding to the needs of others. Therefore, when we do what others want, it's fulfilling to us. We also have the consciousness that it's a gift to other people to hear our needs. And so we express our needs with the Santa Claus energy that I mentioned earlier. So emotional liberation involves stating clearly what we need in a way that communicates that we're equally concerned with the needs of others as well as our own. Nonviolent communication is designed to connect us in this way, that everybody's needs get met. So to make sure that I'm making clear what I mean by needs and not other forms of communication, I'd like to say a few sentences and have you think about whether you consider it a need or not, and then I'll give you my impression. Sentence 1. You irritate me when you leave company documents on the conference room floor. I would not hear a need in this. I'm sure there's one behind it, but I don't hear the need clearly expressed. I hear the person simply blaming the other person for their feelings and not attributing their feelings to their needs. Number 2. I feel angry when you say that. My need for respect wasn't met. In this case, I do hear a need being expressed. Number 3. I feel frustrated when you come late. I don't hear a need here. I would have liked to have had the frustration followed with the words, because I'm needing. Number 4. I'm sad that you won't be coming for dinner because I was hoping we could spend the evening together. I don't hear a need being expressed here. I hear the person saying that they're sad, and I hear that they were hoping to spend the evening together, but spending an evening together is a strategy. I didn't hear the need that would be met. I would have preferred that it be expressed this way. I'm sad that you won't be coming home for dinner tonight because my need is very strong right now for some connection and intimacy. Number 5. I feel disappointed because you said you would do it and you didn't. Here again, notice that after the word because was the word you, not I. This doesn't accept responsibility for our feelings by attributing our feelings to our needs. Number 6. I'm discouraged because I would have liked to have progressed further in my work by now. I would call this a need, not directly expressed, but it gets at that I have a need for some development that isn't being met. Number 7. Little things people say sometimes hurt me. I don't hear the needs here. I hear the person attributing responsibility for their feelings to what others say. Number 8. I feel happy that you received that reward. Here again, the person's attributing their feelings to something that happened outside of themselves. I would have preferred they would have said the need that contributed to their happiness, that was met by the other person receiving that award. Number 9, I feel scared when you raise your voice that way. Once again, the person doesn't follow their feelings with their needs. They attribute their feelings to the other person's actions. Number 10, I'm grateful that you offered me a ride because I was really needing support in getting what I had ready for my party this evening. I do hear the person expressing their need for support, and that's why they feel the gratitude. The thing that people seem to have the most trouble with is to differentiate needs from requests. I said a few minutes ago, the difference is that a request is a reference to a specific person taking a specific action that we hope will meet our needs. By contrast, needs contain no reference to specific people taking specific actions. Instead, they refer to the life within us that is being fulfilled or not fulfilled, the needs within. And I said that all human beings have the same needs. Now, sadly, we have often been educated to mix up these two, so we think we have needs that are really not needs. They're culturally learned states that the culture might want us to have. So we don't have a need for a certain kind of car. But we can be educated to think we do need a big car. We don't have a need for status. But we have been educated to mix that up with a need, and we're not really clear what is the need behind these things. So we will be working at how to get the difference between these two things, between needs and clear request for getting the needs met. But more than the expression of the need, I hope I've made clear how important it is that we see the need as life in action within us. It's a precious gift to reveal the very life within us to other people. I have been sharing with you how we answer what's alive in us using nonviolent communication. And we saw that this was centered on our needs. Now I'm going to shift to another critical question that nonviolent communication tries to address, and that's how to express what we would like others to do to make life more wonderful for us. How to make requests, in other words, that are gifts to people rather than heard as demands. Because when people hear our request and see it solely as an opportunity to contribute to our well-being, it gives them this opportunity to do what we human beings love more than anything else, to use our power in the service of life. The same request, if the person hears it as a demand, is quite a different thing. Then it threatens their autonomy, and if they do what we're asking, we'll pay for it because it's not coming out of compassion or a desire to enrich life, but out of fear that they will be punished, rejected, guilted, shamed, or something like that. So I'll first talk with you about how we can make the requests clear, and then what we can do to help the other person see that they are requests and not demands. After we have expressed our observations, feelings, needs to the other person, we follow it with a specific statement telling them what we would like them to do to contribute to our well-being. To do this, I recommend using positive action language. And let's first look at what I mean by positive language. This means saying what we do want, rather than what we don't want. I like how my friend Ruth put this in a song she wrote for children. She says in the song, "How do you do a don't? All I know is I feel won't when I'm told to do a don't." These lyrics reveal two problems commonly encountered when requests are worded in the negative. First, people are often confused as to what is wanted. And second, when we say what we don't want, we negate something the person's doing. It often is heard by them as a criticism of what they're doing. During the Vietnam War, I was asked to debate the war issue on television with a man whose position differed from mine. This program was videotaped, so I was able to go home and watch it that evening. When I saw myself on the screen communicating in ways I didn't want to be communicating, I felt very upset. And I said to myself, if I'm ever in another discussion like that, I'm determined not to do what I did on that program. I'm not going to be defensive, I'm not going to do this, I'm not going to do that. There were three things that I had real clearly seen there that I didn't want to do when I discuss things with people with whom I disagree. So notice I was saying to myself what I didn't want, not getting clear what I did want to do. Well, a week later I was invited to be on the same program and continue the debate with this gentleman. All the way down to the studio, I repeated to myself the things I didn't want to do. I don't want to do A, I don't want to do B, I don't want to do C. As soon as the program started, he came at me the way he had the previous time, and for about 10 seconds I didn't do A, B, and C. I just sat there because I hadn't been clear how I did want to communicate. And as soon as I did open my mouth, I made up for the lost 10 seconds, and I came out with what I had been doing the week before, even worse. So this was a painful lesson to me about how important it is not just to get clear what you don't want, but how to be very clear what you do want to do, and how to practice it until you can transform the old into the new. I was once invited to work with some black high school students who suffered a long litany of grievances against their principal. They regarded the principal as a racist. A minister who worked closely with the young people noted how angry they were with him, and he was afraid of where their anger was taking them. And he knew of my work, and he suggested that the students spend some time with me. When we got together, they began by describing what they saw as discrimination on the part of the principal. They gave me several examples. After listening to what they said, I suggested that they get clear what they would like him to do differently. One of the students was pretty skeptical that that would help. The student said to me, "What good would that do? We went to him one time and told him what we wanted. His answer to us was, 'Get out of here. I don't need you people telling me what to do.'" I asked, "What did you ask of him at that time?" they recalled saying to him that they didn't want him telling them how to wear their hair. I suggested they might have received a different response if they had expressed what they did want, rather than what they didn't want. They then told me that they had said to the principal that they wanted to be treated with fairness, and then they said he got real defensive when they said that. He denied that he had ever been unfair. I ventured to guess that the principal might have responded differently if they had asked for specific actions, rather than expressing their request vaguely by saying what they wanted fair treatment. Working together, we found ways to express their requests in positive action language. At the end of the meeting, they clarified 38 different things that they wanted to request of the principal, including such things as, "We'd like you to agree to black student representation on decisions made about dress code. And we'd like you to refer to us as black students and not you people." They went in, expressed these 38 things to him. They called me up that evening, and they were thrilled. He agreed to all 38. In addition to using positive language, we also want to avoid vague, abstract, or ambiguous phrasing, and to word our requests in the form of concrete actions that others can take. A cartoon depicts a man who has fallen into a lake. As he struggles to swim, he shouts to his dog on shore, "Lassie, get help!" In the next frame, the dog is lying on a psychiatrist's couch. We all know how opinions vary as to what constitutes help. Some members of my family, when asked to help with the dishes, think help means supervise. A couple in distress, attending a workshop, provided a good example of what happens when we're not clear about what we're requesting. The wife said to the husband, "I want you to let me be me." After she said this, the husband responded by saying, "I do." She said, "No, you don't." I asked her to do it again and suggested that she do it in action language. What do you want him to do to let you be yourself? She said to her husband now, "I want you to give me the freedom to grow and be myself." This was still not understood by him. He again said, "I do." And she said, "No, you don't." I worked with her for a couple minutes, trying to help her to get this into action language. And then she said, "Oh, it's kind of awkward. If I were to be precise, I guess what I want is for you to smile and say that anything I do is okay." Very often the use of vague and abstract language masks such impossible things for people to do for us. A similar lack of clarity occurred between a father and his 15-year-old son when they came in for counseling. He said to his son at one point, "All I want is for you to start showing a little responsibility. Is that asking too much?" I asked the father to specify what he wanted his son to do to demonstrate the responsibility he was seeking. The father thought for a moment and said, "Well, it doesn't sound so good, but when I say what I want responsibility, what I really mean is I want him to do what I ask without question, to jump when I say jump and to smile while doing it." He then agreed with me that if his son were to actually behave this way, it would be demonstrating obedience rather than responsibility. Like this father, we often use vague and abstract language to indicate how we want other people to feel or be, without naming a concrete action they can take to reach that state. For example, an employer makes a genuine effort to invite feedback, telling the employees, "I want you to feel free to express yourself around me." Now, such a statement communicates the employer's desire for the employees to, in quotes, "feel free," end quotes, but not what they could do in order to feel this way. Instead, the employer, if using positive action language, would make the request this way: "I'd like you to tell me what I might do to make it easier for you to feel free to express yourselves around me. As a final illustration of how the use of vague language contributes to internal confusion, I would like to present a conversation that I would invariably have during my practice as a clinical psychologist with many of the students who came to me with complaints of depression. After I empathized with the depth of feelings that the clients had expressed, our exchanges would typically proceed in the following manner, myself to the client. I'd like you to tell me what you are wanting from me and others that you are not receiving. Client responds, I don't know what I want. Me, I guess that you would say that. Client, why? Me, my theory is that we get depressed because we're not getting our needs met. We're not getting what we want. And we're not getting our needs met and getting what we want because we've never been taught to get what we want. Instead, we've been taught to be good little girls and boys, good mothers and fathers. And if we're going to be one of those good things, we better get used to being depressed. Depression is the reward we get for being good. But if you'd like to enjoy life more, I'd suggest you clarify your needs, and when you express your needs, make clear exactly what you would like people to do to meet your needs. How does that sound to you? Client, I just want someone to love me. That's hardly unreasonable, is it? Me, well, that's a good start. At least you made clear what your needs are. But now it doesn't say what you would like others to do to meet your needs. What do you want people to do? What could I do right now, for example, to meet your need for love? Client, oh, you know. Me, I'm not so sure I do. I'd like you to tell me exactly what you would like me to do or others to do to fulfill your need for love. Client, that's hard. Me, yes, it can be difficult to make clear requests. But if it's hard for us to say what we want, think how hard it is for others to do what we want if we can't even say it. Client, yeah, I'm starting to get clear that they can't do it if I don't even know what it is. Well, I'm starting to get clear what I want to fulfill my need for love, but it's embarrassing. Me, yes, very often it is embarrassing, what we're hiding behind these vague requests. So let's get it out. What would you like for me or others to do to meet your need for love? Client, if I really reflect upon what I'm asking for when I ask to be loved, I suppose I want you to guess what I want before I even know what it is. And then I want you always to do it. Me, I'm grateful for your clarity. I hope you can see how you're not likely to find someone who can fulfill your need for love if that's what it takes. Very often my clients were able to see how the lack of awareness of what they wanted had contributed significantly to their frustrations and depression. Sometimes we may be able to communicate a clear request without having to put it in words. Suppose you're in the kitchen and your sister who's watching television in the living room calls out, I'm thirsty. In this case, it's obvious that she's probably requesting you to bring her a glass of water from the kitchen. However, in other instances, we may express our discomfort and incorrectly assume that the listener has understood the underlying request. For example, a woman might say to her husband, I'm annoyed you forgot the butter and onions I asked you to pick up at the store. While it may be obvious to her that she's asking him to go back to the store and get those items, the husband may think that her words were uttered solely to make him feel guilty. Even more often, we are simply not conscious of what we're requesting when we speak. We talk to others or at them without knowing how to engage in a dialogue with them. We toss out words using the presence of others as a wastebasket. In such situations, the listener, unable to discern a clear request in the speaker's words, may experience the kind of distress illustrated in the following anecdote. I was sitting directly across the aisle from a couple on a mini-train that carries passengers to their respective terminals at the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. For passengers in a hurry to catch a plane, the snail's pace of the train may well be irritating. The man turned to his wife and said with intensity, "I've never seen a train go so slow in all my life." She said nothing, but it looked to me like she was tense and uneasy as to what her husband was wanting from her when he said this. He then did what many of us do when we're not getting the response we want. Instead of being conscious we didn't say what we wanted, he repeated to her, in a markedly stronger voice, "I've never seen a train go so slow in all my life." The wife, at a loss for an understanding of what he wanted, now was even in more distress. In desperation, she turned to him and said, "They're electronically timed." I didn't think this piece of information was what he was asking for, and indeed it didn't seem to be, for he repeated himself a third time, even more loudly. "I have never seen a train go so slow in all of my life." The wife's patience was clearly exhausted as she snapped back angrily, "Well, what do you want me to do about it? Get out and push?" So now there were two people in pain, because the husband just didn't know how to be clear what he wanted back. What might the man have been wanting back from his wife? I believe he wanted to hear that his pain was understood. And if he had said to her, "Could you just tell me back what you hear me feeling?" I think she might have responded, "Well, it sounds like you're scared we might miss our plane, and you're disgusted because you'd like a faster train running between these terminals." In the above exchange, the wife heard her husband's frustration, but wasn't clear what he wanted back. Equally problematic is the reverse situation, when people state their requests without first communicating the feelings and needs behind them. This is especially true when the request takes the form of a question, such as, in quotes, "Why don't you go and get a haircut?" End quotes. That could easily be heard by youngsters as a demand or an attack, unless parents remember to first reveal their own feelings and needs. That might sound like this: "We're worried that your hair is getting so long it might keep you from seeing things, especially when you're on your bike. We have a need for your safety. How about getting a haircut?" End quotes. It's more common, however, for people to talk without being conscious of what they're asking for, such as, "I'm not requesting anything," they might remark. "I just felt like saying what I did." My belief is that whenever we say something to another person, we are requesting something in return. It may simply be an empathic connection, which could be done verbally or non-verbally. Or we may be requesting an honest response. We wish to know the listener's reaction to our words. Or we may be requesting an action that we hope would fulfill our needs. The clearer we are on what we want back from the other person, the more likely it is that our request will be honored. As we know, the message we send is not always the message that's received. We generally rely on verbal clues to determine whether our message has been understood to our satisfaction. If, however, we're uncertain that it has been received as intended, we need to be able to clearly request a response that tells us how the message was heard, so as to be able to correct any misunderstanding. On some occasions, the simple questions like, "Is that clear?" will do. If the person says yes, we'll feel understood. At other times, we need more than, "Yes, I understand you," to feel confident that we've been truly understood. At such times, we might ask others to reflect back in their own words what they heard us say. We then have the opportunity to restate parts of our message to address any discrepancy or omission we might have noticed in their reflection. For example, a teacher approaches a student and says, "Peter, I got concerned when I checked my record book yesterday. I want to make sure you're aware of the homework I'm missing from you. Will you drop by my office after school?" The student mumbles, "Okay, I know," and then turns away, leaving the teacher uneasy as to whether the message had been accurately received. Should the teacher ask for a reflection, "Could you tell me what you just heard me say?" Peter might reply, "You said I got to miss soccer to stay after school because you didn't like my homework." This would confirm to the teacher that Peter had not understood the message. The teacher could then restate it. But first, it's important to be careful of how we correct people when they haven't understood us. To correct people, I would suggest not saying things like, "You didn't hear me," or "That's not what I said," or "You're misunderstanding me." This can easily sound to people like they're being chastised for not getting the message clear. If the teacher sees that the student is trying to respond to her request for a reflection, she might say, "Well, I'm grateful to you for telling me what you heard. I can see I didn't make myself as clear as I would like. Let's try again." When we first begin asking others to reflect back what they hear us say, it may feel awkward and strange, because such requests aren't often made. When I emphasize the importance of our ability to ask people to say back what they've heard, people often express reservations. They're worried they're going to get reactions like, "What do you think I am, deaf?" or "Quit playing your psychological games." To prevent such responses, we can explain to people ahead of time why we may sometimes ask them to reflect back our words. We can tell them, "I hope when I do that it doesn't come across that I'm testing you or I think you didn't understand me. It's just that sometimes when I express myself vulnerably, it really is very confirming to have somebody just reflect it back so I can see that I was clear." If we do ask for this, and the listener says, "I heard what you said, I'm not stupid," we have the option to focus on their feelings and needs and to ask either aloud or silently, "Are you saying you're feeling annoyed because you want respect for your ability to understand things?" After we have openly expressed ourselves and received the understanding we want, we're often eager to know the other person's reaction to what we've said. Usually the honesty we would like to receive takes one of three directions. Sometimes we'd like to know the feelings that are stimulated by what we said and the reasons for those feelings. We might request this by asking, "I'd like you to tell me how you feel about what I just said and your reasons for feeling as you do." The second possibility might sound like this. Sometimes we'd like to know something about our listeners' thoughts in response to what they have heard us say. At these times, it's important to specify exactly which thoughts we'd like them to share. For example, we might say, "I'd like you to tell me if you predict that my proposal will be approved of, and if not, what you believe would prevent its being approved of," rather than simply saying, "I'd like you to tell me what you think about my proposal." When we don't specify which thoughts we would like to receive, the other person may respond at great length with thoughts that aren't the ones we're seeking. A third thing might be, sometimes we'd like to know whether the person is willing to take certain actions that would meet our needs. Such a request may sound like this: "I'd like you to tell me if you'd be willing to postpone our meeting for 1 week." The use of nonviolent communication requires that we be conscious of the specific form of honesty we want to receive and to make that request for honesty in concrete language. It's especially important when we're addressing a group to be clear about the kind of understanding or honesty we want back from them after we've expressed ourselves. When we're not clear about the request we'd like to receive from what we have said, we may initiate unproductive conversations that end up satisfying no one's needs and taking up a lot of time. I've been invited from time to time to work with groups of citizens concerned about racism in their communities. One issue that frequently arises among these groups is that their meetings are tedious and fruitless. This lack of productivity is very costly for the members, who often expend limited resources to arrange for transportation and childcare in order to attend meetings. Frustrated by prolonged discussions that yield little directions, many members quit the groups, declaring the meetings a waste of time. Furthermore, the institutional changes they're striving to make are not usually ones that occur quickly or easily. For all these reasons, when such groups do meet, it's important that they make good use of their time together. I knew members of one such group that had been organized to effect change in the local school system. It was their belief that various elements in the school system discriminated against students on the basis of race. Because their meetings were unproductive and the group was losing members, they invited me to observe their discussions and to offer what suggestions I could make as to how to make their meetings more productive. One man began the evening's meeting by telling about an article he had read in the newspaper about a minority parent who raised complaints with the school about the principal's treatment of her daughter. Another woman responded to his mentioning of the article by sharing a situation that occurred to her when she was a student at the same school. One by one, each member then related a similar personal experience. After 20 minutes went by, I asked the group to raise their hand if their needs were being met by the discussion. Not one person raised the hand. "This is what happens all the time in these meetings," one of the men said. "I have better things to do with my time than sit around listening to this stuff." I then addressed the man who had initiated the discussion at the beginning, and I said, "Can you tell me when you brought up the newspaper article, what response you were wanting from the group?" He thought for a moment and said, "Well, I thought it was an interesting article." I explained that I was asking what response he wanted from the group, rather than what he thought about the article. He thought again and said, "Well, I'm not too sure what I did want back from the group." And I told him that that's why I believe that 20 minutes of the group's time wasn't used in a way that was meeting anybody's needs. When we address a group without being clear what we're wanting back, unproductive discussions will often follow. However, if even one member of a group is conscious of the importance of making clear requests, that person can extend this consciousness and loan it to the group. For example, when this particular man didn't define what he was wanting back, a member of the group who had this consciousness might have said, "Excuse me, I'm confused about what response you're wanting from us in relation to your story. Would you be willing to say what you would like from us?" If we can help people to be clear like this, it can prevent the waste of precious group time. Conversations often drag on, fulfilling no one's needs, because it's unclear whether the initiator of the conversation has gotten what he or she was wanting from the group. In India, when people have received the response they want in conversations, they say, "Bus." This means, "You need not say more. I feel satisfied, and I'm now ready to move on to something else." Though I don't know of any word we use in the English language to say this, we can benefit from developing and promoting boss consciousness in all our interactions, so that when we're finished with what we had to say and don't want anything more, we might just say something like, "Finished." Now I'd like to talk about the difference between requests and demands. When we do make requests, it's very important that other people receive them as requests and not as demands. When received as a request, it's a gift because it gives the other person an opportunity to do what we human beings love to do, to contribute to one another's well-being. But we don't like to hear demands. This threatens our autonomy. So what is the difference between a request and a demand? Well, as I'm using the term, a demand is when a person believes that if they don't do what the other person is requesting, that in some way they will be punished, they will be rejected, guilted, shamed. When people see a request as a demand, they have two options, submission or rebellion. Either way, the person requesting what is wanted is perceived as coercive, and the listener's capacity to respond compassionately is diminished. The more we have in the past blamed, punished, or laid guilt trips on others when they haven't responded to our requests, the higher the likelihood that our requests will now be heard as demands. We also pay for the use of such tactics by others. To the degree that people in our lives have been blamed, punished, or urged to feel guilty for not doing what others have requested, it's likely that they're going to carry this baggage to every subsequent relationship and hear a demand in any request. Let's look at two variations of a situation. Jack says to his friend Jane, "I'm lonely and would like you to spend the evening with me." Now, is that a request or a demand? The answer is we don't know until we see how Jack treats Jane if she doesn't comply. Suppose she replies, "Jack, I'm really tired. If you'd like some company, how about finding someone else to be with you this evening?" If Jack then remarks, "How typical of you to be so selfish," his request was in fact a demand. Instead of empathizing with her need to rest, he has blamed her for what she says. Consider a second scenario in this same situation. Jack starts saying, "I'm lonely and would like you to spend the evening with me." Jane says, "Jack, I'm really tired. If you'd like some company, how about finding someone else to be with you tonight?" Jack turns away wordlessly. Jane, sensing he's upset, says, "Is something bothering you?" Jack, "No." Jane, "Come on, Jack, I can sense something's going on. What's the matter?" Jack, "You know how lonely I'm feeling. If you really loved me, you'd spend the evening with me." Again, instead of empathizing with Jane's needs, Jack now interprets Jane's response that she doesn't love him and that she has rejected him. The more we interpret noncompliance as rejection, the more likely our requests will be heard as demands. This leads to a self-fulfilling prophecy. For the more people hear demands, the less they enjoy responding to our requests. On the other hand, we would know that Jack's request had been a genuine request, not a demand, if his response to Jane had expressed a respectful recognition of her feelings and needs. So he might have said to her, "So Jane, you're feeling worn out and need some rest this evening." Now, having given her that empathy, if he wanted to try to get her to see another way that they might have both met their needs and looked for a solution, if she had received the empathy first, she could probably have been willing to look for a solution other than not being with him. We can help others trust that we're requesting, not demanding, by indicating that we would only want the person to comply if the person can do so willingly. Thus we might say, "Would you be willing to set the table?" rather than, "I would like you to set the table." However, the most powerful way to communicate that we are making a genuine request is to empathize with people when, for whatever reason, they don't wish to respond to the request. We demonstrate that we're making a request rather than a demand by how we respond when others don't comply. If we're prepared to show an empathic understanding of what prevents someone from doing as we ask, then by my definition we've made a request, not a demand. Choosing to request rather than demand does not mean we give up when someone says no to our request. It does mean that we don't engage in persuasion until we have empathized with what's preventing the other person from saying yes. Expressing genuine requests also requires an awareness of our objective. If our objective is only to change people and their behavior or to get our way, then nonviolent communication is not an appropriate tool. Nonviolent communication is designed for those of us who would like others to change and respond only when they can do so willingly and compassionately. The objective of nonviolent communication is to establish a relationship based on honesty and empathy. When others trust that our primary commitment is to the quality of the relationship and that we expect this process will fulfill everyone's needs, then they can trust that our requests are true requests and not camouflaged demands. A consciousness of this objective is difficult to maintain, especially for parents, teachers, managers, and others whose work centers around influencing people and obtaining results. During the initial phases of learning this process, we may find ourselves applying the components of nonviolent communication mechanically without awareness of the underlying purpose. And it's important to be continually conscious that the purpose is not to get what we want, but to create the quality of connection that makes compassionate giving possible. compassionate giving of a kind that allows everyone's needs to get met. Sometimes, however, even when we're conscious of our intent and express our requests with care, people can still hear a demand, especially if their life has been filled full of demands in the past. And this is particularly true when we occupy positions of authority and are speaking with those who have not had good experiences with people in authority in the past. Once the administrator of a high school invited me to demonstrate to teachers how nonviolent communication might be helpful in communicating with students who weren't cooperating as the teachers would have liked. I was asked to meet with 40 students who had been deemed socially and emotionally maladjusted. I was struck by the way such labels serve as self-fulfilling prophecies. If you were a student who had been labeled this way, wouldn't it give you permission to have fun in school? And wouldn't you be inclined to resist whatever was asked of you if you knew you were thought of as socially and emotionally maladjusted? By putting such labels on people, we tend to act toward them in a way that contributes to the very behavior that concerns us, and then we use this as further confirmation of our diagnosis. Since these students knew they had been classified this way, I wasn't surprised that when I walked in, most of them were hanging out the window hollering obscenities at their friends in the courtyard below. I began by making a request. I had to raise my voice to be heard, and I said, "I'd like you all to come on over here and sit down so I can tell you who I am and what I'd like to do today." About half the students came over. I wasn't clear they had all heard me, so I repeated my request. Now everybody came over and sat down, with the exception of 2 young men who remained draped over the windowsill. Unfortunately, these 2 were the biggest ones in the class. "Excuse me," I said to them, would one of you 2 gentlemen tell me what you heard me say?" One of them turned toward me and said, "Yeah, you said we had to come over there and sit down." I thought to myself, uh-oh, he's heard my request as a demand. Out loud I said, "Sir," I've learned always to say sir to people with biceps like his, especially when one of them had a tattoo on it. I said, "Would you be willing to tell me how I could have let you know what I was wanting so it wouldn't have sounded like I was bossing you around?" He said, "Huh?" You see, he'd been conditioned to expect demands from authority. He wasn't used to my using a different approach of simply making a request. So I said to him, "How can I let you know what I'm wanting from you so it doesn't sound like I don't care about what you'd like?" He thought for a moment. He said, "I don't know." I said, "Well, what's going on between you and me right now is a good example of what I was wanting us to talk about today. I believe people can enjoy each other a lot better if they can just say what they would like from each other without it being heard that they're bossing the other person. So when I tell you what I'd like, I'm not saying that you have to do it, or I'll try to make your life miserable if you don't. So how can I tell you what I want in a way that you can trust is just what I'm requesting?" To my relief, this seemed to make sense to the young man, who together with his friend came over to join the group. In certain situations such as this one, it might take a while before the person trusts that our request and not demands. When making a request, it's also helpful to scan our minds for thoughts of the following sort that automatically transform requests into demands. For example, if we have a should in our head, he should be cleaning up after himself. Whatever we ask for is going to probably be a demand. If we're thinking she's supposed to do what I ask, again, that'll probably be heard as a demand. If I say I deserve to get a raise, probably what I ask for will be a demand. I'm justified in having them stay later, probably will be heard as a demand. I have a right to more time off. Whatever I request will probably be heard as a demand. When we frame our needs in this way, we are bound to judge others when they don't do as we request. Any time we have words like should, supposed to, deserve, justified, etc. I have been focusing until now on how we honestly express what is alive in us and what would make life more wonderful for us. I'd now like to turn our attention to how we can empathically connect with what is alive in others and what would make life more wonderful for them. What I mean by empathy is a very special quality of understanding. It's not just intellectually understanding what the other person's saying. It's much more powerful and much more precious than that quality of understanding. Carl Rogers describes the impact of empathy on its recipients. He says it this way: when someone really hears you without judging what you are saying, without trying to take responsibility for you, without trying to mold you, it feels damn good. When I've been listened to and when I've been heard, I'm able to re-perceive my world in a new way and go on. It is astonishing how elements that seem unsolvable become solvable when someone listens. How confusions that seem irremediable turn into relatively clear-flowing streams when one is heard. Rogers is talking there about empathic understanding, not just intellectual understanding. One of my favorite stories about empathic connection comes from the principal of a school. She had returned after lunch one day to find Millie, an elementary school student, sitting dejectedly in her office waiting to see her. She sat down next to Millie, who began speaking by saying, "Mrs. Anderson, have you ever had a week when everything you did hurt somebody else and you never intended to hurt anyone at all?" "Yes," the principal replied, "I think I understand." Whereupon Millie proceeded to describe her week. By now, the principal related to me, I was quite late for a very important meeting. I still had my coat on, and I was anxious not to keep a room full of people waiting. And so I asked Millie, what can I do for you?" Millie reached over, took both my shoulders in her hands, looked me straight in the eyes, and said very firmly, "Mrs. Anderson, I don't want you to do anything. I just want you to listen." The principal told me that this was one of the most significant moments of learning in her life, that she was taught by a child. Never mind the room full of adults waiting for her. So she and Millie moved over to a bench that afforded them more privacy and sat. The principal put her arm around her shoulders. The child put her head on her chest. And she allowed the child to talk until she was done. She just was with her empathically. One of the most satisfying aspects of my work is to hear how individuals have used nonviolent communication to strengthen their ability to connect empathically with others. My friend Laurence, who lives in Switzerland, described how upset she had felt when her 6-year-old son had stormed away angrily while she was still talking to him. Isabel, her 10-year-old daughter, who had accompanied her to a recent nonviolent communication workshop, said, "So you're really angry, Mom. You'd like for him to talk when he's angry and not run off." Laurence marveled at how, upon hearing Isabella's words, she had felt an immediate diminishing of tension and was subsequently able to be more understanding with her son when he returned. A college instructor described how relationships between students and faculty had been affected when several members of the faculty learned to listen empathically and to express themselves more vulnerably and honestly. The college instructor said, "The students opened up more and more and told us about the various personal problems that were interfering with their studies. The more they talked about it, the more work they were able to complete. Even though this kind of listening took a lot of our time, we were glad to spend it in this way. Unfortunately, the dean got upset. He said we were not counselors and should spend more time teaching and less time talking with the students." When I asked how the faculty had dealt with this, the instructor replied, "We empathized with the dean's concern. We heard that he felt worried and wanted to know that we weren't getting involved in things we couldn't handle. We also heard that he needed reassurance that the time spent on talking wasn't cutting into our teaching responsibilities. He seemed relieved by the way we listened to him. We continued to talk with the students because we could see that the more we listened to them, the better they did in their studies. When we work in a hierarchically structured institution, there's a tendency to hear commands and judgments from those higher up in the hierarchy. While we may easily empathize with our peers and those in less powerful positions, we may find ourselves being defensive or apologetic instead of empathic in the presence of those we identify as our superiors. This is why I was particularly pleased that these faculty members had remembered to empathize with their dean as well as with their students. Because we're called to reveal our deepest feelings and needs, we may sometimes find it challenging to express ourselves in nonviolent communication. Self-expression becomes easier, however, after we empathize with others, because we will then have touched their humanness and realize the common qualities we share. The more we connect with the feelings and needs behind their words, the less frightening it is to open up to other people. The situations where we are the most reluctant to express vulnerability are often those where we want to maintain a tough image for fear of losing authority or control. Once I showed my vulnerability to some members of a street gang in Cleveland by acknowledging the hurt I was feeling and my desire to be treated with more respect. "Oh, look," one of them remarked, "he's feeling hurt. Isn't that too bad?" At which point all his friends chimed in laughing. Well, I could interpret them as taking advantage of my vulnerability. That would be one option. Another option, I could have blamed them in some way for how they responded. Or I could empathize with the feelings and needs behind their behavior. If, however, I have an image that I'm being humiliated and taken advantage of, I may be too wounded, angry, or scared to be able to empathize. At such a moment, I would need to withdraw physically in order to offer myself some empathy or to request it from a reliable source. After I've discovered the needs that have been so powerfully triggered in me and have received adequate empathy for them from myself, I then can usually be ready to return and empathize with the other party. In situations of pain, I recommend first getting the empathy necessary to go beyond the thoughts occupying our heads and get down to recognize our deeper needs. Now, this takes some practice, and it may be that at that moment we're not able to get back to the other person and empathize with them. As I listened closely to the gang member's remark, "Oh, look, he's feeling hurt. Isn't that too bad?" and the laughter that followed, I sensed that he and his friends were annoyed and not wanting to be subjected to guilt trips and manipulation. They may have been reacting to people in their past who use phrases like, "That hurts me," to imply disapproval. Since I didn't verify it with them out loud, I have no way of knowing if my guess was in fact accurate. Just focusing my attention there, however, kept me from either taking it personally or getting angry. Instead of judging them as ridiculing or treating me disrespectfully, I concentrated on hearing the pain and needs behind their behavior. "Hey," one of them burst out, "this is a bunch of crap you're offering us. Suppose there are members of another gang here and they have guns and you don't, and you say just stand there and talk to them? That's crap." Then everybody was laughing again, and then again I directed my attention to what they might be feeling and needing. And I said out loud, "So it sounds like you're really fed up. You want to learn something that's valuable in your situation." "Yeah," one of them said, "and if you lived in this neighborhood, you know what you're saying is a bunch of crap." And I responded again empathically, "So you need to trust that whatever you're getting from somebody is going to be really relevant. So you want to work with people who have understanding of your situation." The student said, "Damn right. Some of these dudes would blast you away before you got 2 words out of your mouth." And I said, "So you'd like some understanding of the dangers that are existing in your environment." I continued to listen in this manner, sometimes verbalizing what I heard and sometimes not. Our conversation went on about 45 minutes. There was a big shift in the energy between us. they felt that I was truly understanding them. A counselor in the program noticed the shift and asked them out loud, "What do you think of this guy?" The gentleman who had been giving me the roughest time replied, "He's the best speaker we ever had." Astonished, the counselor turned to me and whispered, but you haven't said anything." No, in fact, I hadn't gotten to teaching them nonviolent communication yet, but by living it and empathically connecting with what the students said, I was demonstrating that there was nothing they could throw at me that I wouldn't be interested in hearing what their needs were behind it. When they saw this, they were experiencing nonviolent communication, and it had great power with them. The ability to offer empathy to people in stressful situations can defuse potential violence. A teacher in the inner city of St. Louis related an incident where she had conscientiously stayed after school to help a student, even though teachers were warned to leave the building for their own safety after classes were dismissed. A stranger entered her classroom where the following exchange took place. The man said, "Take off your clothes." The teacher, noticing that he was shaking, "Sir, I'm sensing this is very scary for you." Man, "Did you hear me? Damn it, take off your clothes." Teacher, "Sir, I'm sensing you're really angry right now, and you have a need to be obeyed." The man, "You're damn right, and you're going to get hurt if you don't." Teacher, "I'd like you to tell me if there's some other way of meeting your needs that wouldn't hurt me." Man, "I said take off your clothes." Teacher, I hear how much you want this." "Did you hear me?" Teacher, "At the same time, I want you to know how scared I am and how horrible I feel and how grateful I'd be if you'd leave without hurting me." The man, having received the understanding from her, hearing her vulnerability, said, "Give me your purse." The teacher handed the stranger her purse, relieved not to be raped. He then ran out the room. She later described how each time she empathized with the man, she could sense his becoming less adamant in his intention to follow through with the rape. A Metropolitan Police officer attending a follow-up training in nonviolent communication once greeted me with this account. "I'm sure glad you had us practicing empathy with angry people that last time. Just a few days after our session, I went to arrest someone in a public housing project. When I brought him out, my car was surrounded by about 60 people screaming things at me like, 'Let him go, he didn't do anything. You police are a bunch of racist pigs.' Although I was skeptical that empathy of the kind you taught us would help, I didn't have many other options. So I reflected back the feelings that were coming at me. I said things like, 'So you don't trust my reasons for arresting this man? You think this has something to do with race?' After several minutes of my trying hard to reflect back what I understood they were feeling and needing, the group became less hostile. In the end, they opened a path so I could get to the car. Finally, I'd like to illustrate how a young woman used empathy to bypass violence during her night shift at a drug detoxification center in Toronto. The young woman recounted this story during a second workshop she attended. She told me that at 11 p.m. one night, a few weeks after her first training, a man who'd obviously been taking drugs walked in off the street and demanded a room. The young woman started to explain to him that all the rooms had been filled for the night. She was about to hand the man the address of another detox center when he hurled her to the ground. She told me, "The next thing I knew, he was sitting across my chest, holding a knife to my throat and shouting, 'You bitch, don't lie to me. You do too have a room.'" She told me how she then proceeded to apply the training she had received the first session by listening for his feelings and needs. I said, "You remembered to do that under those conditions?" I was really impressed. She said, "What choice did I have? Desperation sometimes makes good communicators of us all. You know, Marshall," she added, "that joke you told me in the workshop really helped me. In fact, I think it saved my life." I said, "What joke?" And she answered, Remember when you said never to put your butt in the face of an angry person? Well, I was all ready to start arguing with him. I was about to say, but I don't have a room, when I remembered your joke. It really stayed with me because only the week before I was arguing with my mother and she said, I could kill you when you answer but to everything I say. Well, imagine if my mother was angry enough to kill me for using that word. What would this man have done? If I'd said, but I don't have a room, when he was screaming at me, I have no doubt he would have probably gotten more angry and who knows what he would have done. So instead of saying, but I don't have a room, I took a deep breath and said, oh, it sounds like you're really angry and you want to be given a room. He yelled back, I may be an addict, but by God I deserve respect. I'm tired of nobody giving me respect. My parents don't give me respect. I'm going to get respect. So I just focused on his feelings and needs and said, so, sir, if I'm understanding you, you're fed up when your need for respect isn't getting met. And I continued to hear his feelings and needs whatever he said. I asked her, well, how long did this go on? She said, oh, about another 35 minutes. He was in a lot of pain. I said to her, that must have been terrifying. She said, no, Marshall, surprisingly, not after the first couple of interchanges. Yeah, I was really scared for the first couple, but I saw that whenever I concentrated on listening to his feelings and needs, I stopped seeing him as a monster. And I could see, just as you had said in the workshop, how people who seem like monsters are simply human beings whose language and behavior sometimes keep us from seeing their humanness. The more I was able to focus my attention on his feelings and needs, the more I saw him as a person full of despair whose needs weren't getting met. I got more and more confident that if I held my attention there, I wouldn't be hurt. After he received the empathy he needed, he got off me. He put the knife away, and I helped him find a room at another center. Delighted that she'd learned to respond empathically in such an extreme situation, I asked curiously, well, what are you doing back here? It sounds like you've mastered nonviolent communication. You ought to be out teaching others what you've learned. She responded, oh, now I need you to help me with a harder situation, Marshall, she said. I said, I'm almost afraid to ask what could be harder than that. She replied, now I need you to help me do this with my mother. Despite all the insight I got into that but phenomenon, you know what happened? At supper the next evening when I told my mother what had happened with the man, she said, you're going to cause your father and me to have a heart attack if you keep that job. You simply have to find different work. So guess what I said to her again, Marshall? But mother, it's my life. I couldn't have asked for a more clear example of how difficult it can be to respond empathically to one's own family members sometimes. Because of our tendency to read rejection into someone's no or their message, I don't want to, these are important messages for us to be able to empathize with. If we take them personally and interpret it as a rejection, we may feel hurt without understanding what's actually going on within the other person. When we focus our attention on the feelings and needs behind someone else's no, we become aware of what is going on in them, what's alive in them that prevents them from responding as we would like. And instead of getting a rejection, we really then see that we're getting a gift. We're hearing an opportunity to contribute to this person's well-being. For example, one time during a workshop, we were going to take a break and go walk down to the corner and get some ice cream. I invited one of the participants to go with us. No, she replied brusquely. The tone of her voice led me to interpret her answer initially as a rejection, until I reminded myself to tune into the feelings and needs she was expressing through her no expressed with such vehemence. I focused on her feelings and said, I sense that you're angry. Is that so? No, she replied. It's just that I don't want to be corrected every time I open my mouth. Then I could see that she was fearful rather than angry. I checked this out by saying, "So, are you feeling fearful and need to protect yourself from being in a situation where you might be judged for how you communicate?" "Yes," she affirmed. "I can imagine sitting in the ice cream shop with you and having you notice everything I say and telling me how it's not nonviolent communication." I then discovered that the way I'd been providing feedback in the workshop had been frightening to her. My empathy for her message had taken the sting out of her no from me. I heard her desire to avoid receiving the kind of feedback I had been offering the group. Assuring her that I wouldn't evaluate her communication in public, I then conferred with her on ways to give feedback that would leave her feeling safe. And yes, she then felt comfortable to join the group for our ice cream trip. We've probably all found ourselves in the midst of lifeless conversation. Perhaps we're at a social event hearing words without feeling any connection to the speaker. Or we may be listening to a Babylonian, a term my friend Kelly Bryson uses to describe people who talk on and on and on. In fact, he says they belong to a self-help group called On and On Anonymous. Vitality drains out of conversations when we lose connection with the feelings and needs generating a speaker's words. This is common when people talk without consciousness of what they're really feeling, needing, or requesting. Instead of being engaged in an exchange of life energy with other human beings, it's easy to experience ourselves as simply wastebaskets for the other person's words. So I think it's real important to know how and when to interrupt a dead conversation to bring it back to life. I suggest the best time to interrupt is when we've heard one word more than we want to hear. The longer we wait, the harder it is to be civil when we do say something. But it's also important that our intention in stopping another person is not to claim the floor for ourselves, but to help the speaker connect with what's alive in them and to connect with what they're really wanting. I do this by tuning into the possible feelings and needs the person has at this moment, even if the feelings and needs are not being expressed through the person's words. Thus, if an aunt is repeating the story about how 20 years ago her husband deserted her with 2 small children, we might interrupt by saying, "So, Auntie, sounds like you're still feeling hurt and wishing your need for fairness had been met." People are not aware that it is often empathy they are needing, and they don't realize that when they do need empathy, telling the story of what happened in the past is not as likely to get them the empathy as if they talk now about what's still alive in them about that. Another way to bring a conversation to life is to openly express our desire to be more connected and to request information that would help us establish that connection. Once at a cocktail party, I was in the midst of an abundant flow of words that to me, however, seemed lifeless. "Excuse me," I broke in, addressing the group of 9 other people I found myself with. "I'm feeling impatient because I really have a need for connection with you all, but our conversation isn't creating the kind of connection I'd like. I'd like each of you to tell me if the conversation we're having is meeting your needs, and if so, what needs of yours are being met through it." All 9 people stared at me as if I had thrown a rat in the punch bowl. Fortunately, I remembered to tune into the feelings and needs being expressed through their silence. And I empathically reflected, "Are you all feeling annoyed with what I said and needing to continue the conversation?" They all continued to look at me for a short time, and one of the men replied, "No, I'm not annoyed. I was thinking about what you're asking." "No, I wasn't enjoying the conversation. In fact, to tell you the truth, I was totally bored with it." At the time, I was surprised to hear his response, because he was the one that was doing most of the talking. But now I'm no longer surprised that the talker can be as bored as anyone else, because I've learned that when conversations are lifeless, the speaker is often not getting what they want any more than anybody else. You may wonder how we can muster the courage to intervene in this way to bring a conversation back to life. I once conducted an informal survey posing the following question. If you are using more words than somebody wants to hear, do you want that person to pretend to listen or to stop you? Of the people I asked this, all but one expressed a preference to be stopped. Their answers gave me courage by convincing me that it's more considerate to interrupt people than to pretend to listen. All of us would like our words to enrich others, not to burden them. One of the hardest messages for many of us to empathize with is silence. This is especially true when we've expressed ourselves vulnerably, and we really need to know how others are reacting to our words. At such times, it's easy to project our worst fears onto the lack of response and forget to connect with the feelings and needs being expressed through the silence. Once when I was working in a business organization, I got in touch with some deep feelings and expressed them, and I started to cry. When I looked up, I received a response from the organization's director that was not easy for me to receive empathically. He was silent, and the look on his face was easy for me to interpret that he was feeling disgusted with me for being so emotional. Fortunately, I remembered to put my attention on what might be going on within him to try to connect with his feelings and needs. And I said, I'm sensing from your response to my crying that you're feeling disgusted, and my crying doesn't meet your need to have someone in control of himself. If he had answered yes, I would have been able to accept that. We had different values around expressing emotions, without somehow thinking that I was wrong for having expressed my emotions as I did. But he didn't say yes. He replied, No, not at all. I was just thinking of how my wife wishes I could cry. He went on to reveal that his wife, who was in the process of divorcing him, had been complaining that living with him was like living with a rock. During my practice as a psychotherapist, I was once contacted by the parents of a 20-year-old woman under psychiatric care who for several months had been undergoing medication, hospitalization, and shock treatments. She had become mute 3 months before her parents contacted me. When they brought her to my office, she had to be assisted because left to herself she just sat and stared at the floor. In my office she crouched in her chair shaking, her eyes on the floor. I tried to connect empathically with what feelings and needs were being expressed through her nonverbal message. I said to her, I'm sensing you're really scared. You have a need for safety, need to be sure that if you talk, you'll be safe. Is that accurate? She didn't respond verbally. She just sat there. I said, I'm guessing that it's scary even to talk. Is that so? She continued sitting there. Then I expressed my own feelings, saying, I'm very concerned about you, and I would like to contribute some way to helping you feel more safe. I'd like you to tell me if there's something I could say or do that would make you feel safe. Still no verbal response. For the next 40 minutes I continued to either reflect the feelings and needs I sensed were being expressed through her silence, or at other times I expressed my feelings and needs. There was no verbal response. Finally, after about 40 minutes, I said, I'm feeling really tired right now, need some rest. How about if we get together tomorrow? Would you be willing to do that? I got no verbal response from her, and so I said, well, if I don't hear you say anything, I'll assume it's okay, and I'll ask your parents to bring you back tomorrow. The next day was like the first day. I continued to hear through her silence what I guessed she was feeling, needing. I told her at times my feelings and needs, but she still didn't respond verbally. Third day the same. Fourth day the same. This time, when she didn't respond, I reached over and held her hand. Not knowing whether my words were communicating my concern, I hoped the physical contact might do so more effectively. At first contact, her muscles tensed and she shrank further back into her chair. I was about to release her hand when I sensed a slight yielding, so I kept my hold on her hand. After a few moments, I noticed a progressive relaxation on her part. I held her hand for several minutes while I talked to her as I had the first few days, but still she said nothing. When she arrived the next day, she appeared even more tense than before. But this time a new message. She extended a clenched fist toward me while turning her face away from me. She kept moving the fist toward my face. I was at first confused by the gesture. And I said to her, "Are you feeling angry and just want me to leave you alone and not ask your parents to bring you here each day?" And now she shook her head no, that wasn't what she wanted, and this was the first time I got a response other than silence. But she still kept pushing the fist toward me, and I said, "Well, I'm not understanding what you mean by this." Finally, I understood that she had in her fist a message for me. I pried open her fingers, and there was a message that said, "Please help me express what's going on inside myself." I was elated to receive this sign of her desire to communicate. Still, it took another hour of my empathizing with how scary it was for her to talk. She finally expressed the first sentence, slowly and fearfully. When I reflected back what I heard her saying, she appeared relieved and continued slowly and fearfully to talk. A year later, she sent me a copy of the following entries from her journal. Here's what she wrote. "I came out of the hospital away from shock treatments and strong medicine. That was about April. The 3 months before that are completely blank in my mind, as well as the 3.5 years before April. They say that after getting out of the hospital, I went through a time at home of not eating, not talking, and wanting to stay in bed all the time. Then my parents took me to Dr. Rosenberg. I don't remember much of those first 2 or 3 months other than being in his office and talking with him. I'd begun waking up since that first session with him. And when I began sharing with him things that bothered me, things that I never have dreamed of telling anyone about, and I remember how much that meant to me. It was so hard to talk. But Dr. Rosenberg cared about me and showed it, and I wanted to talk with him. I was always glad afterwards that I had let something out. I remember counting the days, even the hours, until my next appointment with him. I've also learned that facing reality is not all bad. I'm realizing more and more of the things that I need to stand up to, things that I need to get out and do on my own. This is scary, and it's very hard, and it's so discouraging that when I am trying really a lot, I can still fail so terribly. But the good part of reality is that I've been seeing that it includes wonderful things, too. I've learned in the past year about how wonderful it can be to share myself with other people. I think it was mostly just one part of what I learned about the thrill of my talking to other people and have them actually listen, even really understand at times. I continue to be amazed by the healing power of empathy. Time and time again I have witnessed people transcending the paralyzing effects of psychological pain when they have sufficient contact with someone who can hear them empathically. As listeners, we don't need insight into psychological dynamics or training in psychotherapy. What is essential is our ability to be present to what is alive in the other person, to the feelings and needs they're experiencing at that very moment. I have been discussing how nonviolent communication can connect us with our friends, family, people at work, even be used in the political arena. However, its most crucial application in many ways may be in the way we treat ourselves. When we're internally violent toward ourselves, it's difficult to be genuinely compassionate toward others. I like the way Mahatma Gandhi said it. Let us become the change we seek in the world. When we have been taught to be judgmental toward ourselves, this prevents us from seeing the beauty in ourselves. We lose connection with the divine energy that is our source. Conditioned to view ourselves as objects full of shortcoming, is it any wonder that many of us end up relating violently to ourselves? An important area where this violence can be transformed into compassion is in our moment-to-moment evaluation of ourselves. Since we want whatever we do to lead to the enrichment of life, it's critical to know how to evaluate events and conditions in ways that help us learn from them and make ongoing choices that serve us, without ever losing self-respect. Unfortunately, the way we've been trained to evaluate ourselves often promotes more self-hatred than learning. In a routine workshop activity, I ask participants to recall a recent occasion when they did something they wished they hadn't done. We then look at how they spoke to themselves immediately after having made what is referred to in common language as a mistake, an error. Typical statements that people tell me they make of themselves when they are less than perfect sound like this: "That was dumb." Or, "How could you do such a stupid thing?" Or, "What's wrong with you?" Or, "You're always messing things up." Or, "That was a selfish thing to do." These people have been taught to judge themselves in ways that imply that what they did was wrong or bad. Their self-admonishment implicitly assumes that they deserve to suffer for what they've done. I consider it tragic that so many of us get enmeshed in self-hatred rather than benefit from mistakes which show us our limitations and guide us toward growth. As I say in our workshops, please don't try to be perfect at nonviolent communication. Try to become progressively less stupid. If you want to be perfect at anything, if you make a mistake, it's a catastrophe. So what do people do when they're perfectionists? They don't try, because they might mess it up. They live by the philosophy, you can't fall out of bed if you sleep on the floor. Or as this was expressed by the aunt of someone in a workshop of mine. She said, "My aunt said it this way, Marshall. Anything that's worth doing is worth doing poorly." So I'd like us to learn from our limitations this way, not as something that's wrong with us, but, okay, here's a learning opportunity. How can I learn from this? How can I evolve from this? Even when we do learn a lesson from mistakes for which we judge ourselves harshly, I worry about the nature of the energy behind that kind of change in learning. I'd like change to be stimulated by a clear desire to enrich life for ourselves and others, rather than by destructive energies such as shame or guilt. If the way we evaluate ourselves leads us to feel shame and we constantly change our behavior, we allow our growing and learning to be guided by self-hatred. Shame is a form of self-hatred, and actions taken in reaction to shame are not free and joyful acts. Even if our intention is to behave with more kindness and sensitivity, if people sense shame or guilt behind our actions, they're less likely to appreciate what we do than if we are motivated purely by the human desire to contribute to life. In our language, there is a word with enormous power to create shame and guilt. This violent word, which we commonly use to evaluate ourselves, is so deeply ingrained in our consciousness that many of us would have trouble imagining how to live without it. It is the word should, as in, I should have known better, or I shouldn't have done that, or I should do this. Most of the time when we use this word with ourselves, we resist learning because should implies there's no choice. Human beings, when hearing any kind of demand, tend to resist it because it threatens our autonomy, our strong need for choice. We have this reaction to tyranny even when it's internal tyranny, in the form of a should we're expressing to ourselves. A similar expression of internal demand occurs in the following self-evaluation. What I'm doing is just terrible. I really must do something about it. Think for a moment of all the people you've heard say, I really should give up smoking, or I really have to do something about exercising more. They keep saying what they must do, have to do, should do, and they keep resisting doing it. Because we human beings were not meant to be slaves. We were not meant to succumb to the dictates of should and have to, whether they come from inside or outside of ourselves. And if we do yield and submit to these demands, our actions arise from an energy that is devoid of life-giving joy. When we communicate with ourselves on a regular basis through inner judgment, blame, and demand, it's not surprising that our self-concept gives in to feeling more like a chair than a human being. A basic premise of nonviolent communication is that whenever we imply that someone is wrong or bad, what we're really saying is that he or she is not acting in harmony with our needs. If the person we are judging happens to be ourselves, what we're saying is, I myself am not behaving in harmony with my own needs. I'm convinced that if we learn to evaluate ourselves in terms of whether or how well our needs are being fulfilled, we are much more likely to learn from the evaluation without losing self-respect. Our challenge then, when we are doing something that's not enriching life, is to evaluate ourselves moment by moment in a way that inspires change, both, one, in the direction of where we would like to go, and two, out of respect and compassion for ourselves, rather than out of self-hatred, guilt, or shame. After a lifetime of schooling and socialization, it's probably too late for most of us to train our minds to think purely in terms of what we need and value from moment to moment. However, just as we've learned to translate judgments when conversing with others, we can train ourselves to recognize judgmental self-talk and to immediately focus our attention on the underlying needs. For example, if we find ourselves reacting reproachfully to something we did and say to ourselves something like, "Look, you just messed up again," we can quickly stop and ask ourselves, hold it now. What unmet need of mine is being expressed through this statement? When we do connect to the need, and there may be several layers of needs, we will notice a remarkable shift in our bodies. Instead of the shame, guilt, or depression we likely feel when criticizing ourselves for having messed up again, we will experience any number of feelings, but there'll be different kinds of feelings that some people refer to as a sweet pain. Whether it's sadness, frustration, disappointment, fear, grief, or some other feeling that we have been endowed by nature with for the purpose of helping us to better meet our needs, it will be a different energy that we have than when we have the feelings that come from judging and blaming ourselves, the feelings of guilt, shame, and depression. Mourning in nonviolent communication is a phrase I use to refer to the process of fully connecting with the unmet needs and feelings that are generated when we have been less than perfect. It is an experience of regret, but regret that helps us learn from what we have done without blaming or hating ourselves. We see how our behavior ran counter to our own needs and values, and we open ourselves to feelings that arise out of that awareness. When our consciousness is focused on what we need, we are naturally stimulated toward the creative possibilities of how to get that need met. In contrast, the moralistic judgments we use when blaming ourselves tend to obscure such possibilities and to perpetuate a state of self-punishment. We follow up on the process of mourning with self-forgiveness. Turning our attention to the part of ourself which chose to act in the way that led to what we're calling a mistake, we ask ourselves, when I behaved in the way which I now regret, what need of mine was I trying to meet by doing that? I believe that human beings are always acting in the service of needs and values. This is true whether the action does or does not meet the need, or whether it's one we end up celebrating or regretting. When we listen empathically to ourselves, we will be able to hear the underlying need. Self-forgiveness occurs the moment this empathic connection is made. Then we can recognize that our choice was an attempt to serve life, even as the mourning process teaches us how it fell short of fulfilling all of our needs. An important aspect of self-compassion is to be able to empathically hold both parts of ourselves, the self that regrets a past action and the self that took the action in the first place with the intention of meeting our needs. The process of mourning and self-forgiveness free us in the direction of learning and growing. In connecting moment by moment to our needs, we increase our creative capacity to act in harmony with them. In addition to the process of mourning and self-forgiveness, another aspect of self-compassion I emphasize is the energy behind whatever action we take. When I advise, don't do anything that isn't play, some take me to be radical, even insane. I earnestly believe, however, that an important form of self-compassion is to make choices motivated purely by our desire to contribute to life, rather than out of fear, guilt, shame, duty, or obligation. When we are aware of the life-serving purpose behind the actions that we take, when the sole energy that motivates us is simply to make life wonderful for ourselves and others, then even hard work or scary work has an element of play in it. Correspondingly, an otherwise joyful activity performed out of obligation, duty, fear, guilt, or shame will lose its joy and eventually engender resistance. I earlier suggested that we consider replacing language that implies lack of choice with language that acknowledges choice. Many years ago, I engaged in an activity which significantly enlarged the pool of joy and happiness available to my life, while diminishing depression, guilt, and shame. I offer it here as a possible way to deepen our compassion for ourselves, to help us live our lives out of joyous play, by staying grounded in a clear awareness of the life-enriching need behind everything we do. The first step. What do you do in your life that you don't experience as playful? List it on a piece of paper, all of those things that you tell yourself you have to do. List any activity you dread but do it anyway because you perceive that you have no choice. When I first reviewed my own list, just seeing how long it was gave me insight as to why so much of my time was spent not enjoying life. I noticed how many things in an ordinary day I was doing by tricking myself into believing that I had to do them. The first item on my list was write clinical reports. I hated doing these reports. Yet I was spending at least an hour of agony over them every day. My second item was driving the children to school twice a week when it was my turn to carpool the children. The next step, after you complete these lists of the things that you're doing that you don't like to do, clearly acknowledge to yourself that you were doing these things because you choose to do them, not because you have to do them. Insert the words, I choose to, in each item. So, in my case, it would be, I choose to write clinical reports. I choose to drive the children twice a week to school. I recall my own resistance to this step. I didn't want to admit to myself that I chose to write the clinical reports. I kept telling myself, no, I don't choose to do it. I have to do it. I'm a clinical psychologist. Step 3. After having acknowledged that you have chosen to do a particular activity, get in touch with the intention behind the choice by completing the statement, I choose to, and put in what the action is that you are doing that you don't like. In my case, I choose to write clinical reports, then follow it with because I want, and then fill in what comes after that. At first, I fumbled to identify what I wanted from writing clinical reports. Several months earlier, I had already determined that the reports did not serve my clients enough to justify the time they were taking. So why was I continuing to invest so much energy in their preparation? Finally, I realized that I was choosing to write the reports solely because I wanted the income they provided. As soon as I recognized this, I never wrote another clinical report. I can't tell you how joyful I feel just thinking of how many clinical reports I haven't written since that moment 35 years ago. When I realized that money was my primary motivation, I immediately saw that I could find other ways to take care of myself financially. And in fact, I realized I'd rather scavenge in garbage cans for food than to write another clinical report. The next item on my list of unjoyful tasks was driving the children to school. When I examined the reason behind that chore, however, I felt appreciation for the benefits my children received from attending their school. They could have easily walked to the neighborhood school, but their own school that I was sending them to was far more in harmony with my educational values. So I continued to drive them, but with a different energy. Instead of saying, "Oh, darn, I have to drive the kids to school today," being conscious that my purpose was for my children to have a quality of education that was very dear to me, I did the driving with a different energy. Of course, I sometimes needed to remind myself 2 or 3 times during the drive to refocus my mind on what purpose my action was serving. As you explore the statement, "I choose to," and then fill in what you did that you didn't like, and then you add to it "because I want," and then you get clear why you are doing it, you may discover, as I did with the children in their carpool, the important values behind the choices you've made. I'm convinced that after we gain clarity regarding the need being served by our actions, we can experience them as play even when they involve hard work, challenge, or frustration. For some items on your list, however, you might uncover one or several of the following motivations. 1, for money. Money is a major form of extrinsic reward in our society. Choices prompted by a desire for reward are costly. They deprive us of the joy in life that comes with actions grounded in the clear intention to contribute to a human need. Money is not a need, as I define it. It is one of the countless strategies that may be selected to address a need. 2nd, for approval. Like money, approval from others is a form of extrinsic reward. Our culture has educated us to hunger for reward. We attended schools that used extrinsic means to motivate us to study. We grew up in homes where we were rewarded for being good little boys and girls and punished when our caretakers judged us to be otherwise. Thus, as adults, we easily trick ourselves into believing that life consists of doing things for rewards. We are addicted to getting a smile, a pat on the back, people's verbal judgments, to hear that we are a good person, good parent, good citizen, good worker, good friend, etc. We do things to get people to like us and avoid things that may lead them to dislike or punish us. I find it tragic that we work so hard to buy love and assume that we must deny ourselves and do for others in order to be liked. In fact, when we do things solely in the spirit of enhancing life, we will find others appreciating us. Their appreciation, however, is a feedback, confirming that our efforts had the intended effect. The recognition that we have chosen to use our power to serve life and have done so successfully brings us the genuine joy of celebrating ourselves in a way that approval from others by itself can never offer. 3rd, to escape punishment. Some of us pay income tax primarily to avoid punishment. As a consequence, we are likely to approach that yearly ritual with a degree of resentment. I recall, however, in my childhood how differently my father and grandfather felt about paying taxes. They had immigrated from Russia to the United States and were desirous of supporting a government they believed was protecting people in a way that the Tsar had not. Imagining the many people whose welfare was being served by their tax money, they felt earnest pleasure as they sent their checks to the United States government. When I saw that I was paying taxes during the Vietnam War, I didn't have that joy. I saw my money being used in ways that I wasn't comfortable with, and I found a way of avoiding giving the money for taxes. I gave the money to charitable purposes that I enjoyed supporting and learned to live on a poverty income so I wouldn't be taxed. Next, to avoid shame. There may be some tasks we choose to do just to avoid shame. We know that if we don't do them, we'll end up suffering severe self-judgment, hearing our own voice telling us how there is something wrong or stupid about us. If we do something stimulated solely by the urge to avoid shame, we will generally end up detesting it. Next, to avoid guilt. In other instances, we may think, if I don't do this, people will be disappointed in me. We're afraid we'll end up feeling guilty for failing to fulfill others' expectations of us. There's a world of difference between doing something for others in order to avoid guilt and doing it out of a clear awareness of our own need to contribute to the happiness of other human beings. The first is a world filled with misery. The second is a world filled with play. Out of duty, when we use language which denies choice, for example, words such as should, have to, ought, must, can't, supposed to, and so on, our behaviors arise out of a vague sense of guilt, duty, or obligation. I consider this to be the most socially dangerous and personally unfortunate of all the ways we act when we're cut off from our needs. I earlier discussed how the concept of Amtssprache allowed Adolf Eichmann and his colleagues to send tens of thousands of people to their deaths without feeling emotionally affected or personally responsible. When we speak a language that denies choice, we forfeit the life in ourselves for a robot-like mentality that disconnects us from our own core. Now, if you make this list that I'm suggested and get clear why you are doing these things, that you choose to do it because you want something, and you get clear why it is that you're doing it, you may decide to stop doing certain things in the same spirit that I chose to forego clinical reports. As radical as it may seem, I believe it is possible to do things only out of play. I believe that to the degree that we engage moment by moment in the playfulness of enriching life, motivated solely by the desire for its enrichment, to that degree we are being compassionate with ourselves, and life is play. I would like to talk now about when the use of force might be chosen. Many times people are surprised when I say that because they think that somehow nonviolence means that we cannot use force. It does require, however, knowing the difference between the protective use of force, which I see as in harmony with nonviolence, and not getting that mixed up with the punitive use of force. When two disputing parties have each had an opportunity to fully express what they are feeling and needing and requesting, and each has empathized with the other, my experience has been that a resolution can be reached that meets the needs of both sides. At the very least, the two can agree in goodwill to disagree. In some situations, however, the opportunity for such a dialogue may not exist, and the use of force may be necessary to protect life or individual rights. For instance, the other party may be unwilling to communicate, or imminent danger may not allow time for communication. In these situations, we may need to resort to force. If we do, though, as I say, it's important not to get mixed up the protective use of force and the punitive use of force. The intention behind the protective use of force is to prevent injury or injustice. The intention behind the punitive use of force is to cause individuals to suffer for their perceived misdeeds. When we grab a child who's running into the street to prevent the child from being injured, we're applying protective force. The punitive use of force, on the other hand, might involve physical or psychological attack, such as spanking the child, or reproofs like, "How could you be so stupid? You should be ashamed of yourself." When we focus on the protective use of force, we're focusing on the life or rights we want to protect, without passing judgment on either the person or the behavior. We're not blaming or condemning the child rushing into the street. Our thinking is solely directed toward protecting the child from danger. For application of this kind of force in social and political conflicts, see Robert Irwin's book, Nonviolent Social Defense. The assumption behind the protective use of force is that people behave in ways injurious to themselves and others out of a form of ignorance. The corrective process is therefore one of education, not punishment. Ignorance includes A, a lack of awareness of the consequences of our actions, B, an inability to see how our needs may be met without injury to others, C, the belief that we have the right to punish or hurt others because they deserve it, and D, delusional thinking that involves, for example, hearing a voice that instructs us to kill someone. Punitive action, on the other hand, is based on the assumption that people commit offenses because they are bad or evil, and to correct the situation they need to be made to repent. Their correction is undertaken through punitive action designed to make them 1. Suffer enough to see the error of their ways, 2. Repent, and 3. Change. In practice, however, punitive action, rather than evoking repentance and learning, is just as likely to generate resentment and hostility, and to reinforce resistance to the very behavior we are seeking. Physical punishment, such as spanking, is one punitive use of force. I have found the subject of corporal punishment to provoke strong sentiments among parents. Some adamantly defend the practice while referring to the Bible. "Spare the rod, spoil the child." Parents say to me, "It's because we don't spank that delinquency is now rampant." They are persuaded that spanking our children shows that we love them by setting clear boundaries. Other parents are equally insistent that spanking is unloving and ineffective because it teaches children that when all else fails, we can always resort to physical violence. My personal concern is that children's fear of corporal punishment may obscure their awareness of the compassion that underlies parental demands. Parents often tell me they have to use punitive force because they see no other way to influence their children to, in quotes, do what's good for them, end quotes. They support their opinion with anecdotes of children expressing appreciation for seeing the light after having been punished. Having raised my own children, I empathize deeply with parents regarding the daily challenges they face in educating children and keeping them safe. This does not, however, lessen my concern about the use of physical punishment. First, I wonder whether people who proclaim the successes of punishment are aware of the countless instances of children who turn against what might be good for them simply because they choose to fight rather than succumb to coercion. Second, the apparent success of corporal punishment in influencing a child doesn't mean that other means of influence wouldn't have worked equally well or better. Finally, I share the concerns of many parents about the social consequences of using physical punishment. When parents opt to use punitive force, we may win the battle of getting children to do what we want. But in the process, are we not perpetuating a social norm that justifies violence as a means of resolving differences? In addition to the physical, other uses of force also qualify as punishment. One is the use of blame to discredit another person. For example, a parent may label a child as wrong, selfish, immature, when a child doesn't behave in a certain way. Another form of punitive force is the withholding of some means of gratification, such as parents curtailing of allowance or driving privileges. In this type of punishment, the withdrawal of caring or respect is one of the most powerful threats of all. When we submit to doing something solely for the purpose of avoiding punishment, our attention is distracted from the value of the action itself. Instead, we are focusing upon the consequences of what might happen if we fail to take that action. If a worker's performance is prompted by fear of punishment, the job gets done, but morale suffers. Sooner or later, productivity will decrease. Self-esteem is also diminished when punitive force is used. If children brush their teeth because they fear shame and ridicule, their oral health may improve, but their self-respect will develop cavities. Furthermore, as we all know, punishment is costly in terms of goodwill. The more we are seen as agents of punishment, the harder it is for others to respond compassionately to our needs. Two questions help us to see why we are unlikely to get what we want by using punishment to change people's behavior. The first question is, what do I want this person to do that's different from what he or she is doing? If we ask only this question, punishment may seem effective because the threat or exercise of punitive force may well influence the person's behavior in ways we want. However, when the second question is asked, it becomes evident that punishment isn't likely to work. The second important question is this: what do I want this person's reasons to be for doing what I'm requesting? We seldom address the latter question, but when we do, we soon realize that punishment and reward interfere with people's ability to do things motivated out of a desire to enrich life for themselves and others. I believe it's critical to be aware of the importance of people's reasons for behaving as we request. For example, blaming or punishing would obviously not be effective strategies if we want children to clean their rooms out of either a desire for order or a desire to contribute to the parents' enjoyment of order. Other children clean their rooms motivated by obedience to authority, because my mom said I had to. They respond out of avoidance of punishment, fear of feeling guilty if they don't, fear of rejection if they don't. Nonviolent communication, however, fosters a level of moral development based on autonomy and interdependence, whereby we acknowledge responsibility for our own actions and our awareness that our own well-being and that of others are one and the same. I'd like to describe how some students and I used protective use of force to bring order into a chaotic situation at an alternative school. This school was designed for students who had dropped out of school or had been expelled from conventional classrooms. The administration and I hoped to demonstrate that a school based on the principles of nonviolent communication would be able to reach these students. My job was to train the faculty in nonviolent communication and serve as consultant over the year. With only 4 days to prepare the faculty, I was unable to sufficiently clarify the difference between nonviolent communication and permissiveness. As a result, some teachers were ignoring rather than intervening in situations of conflict and disturbing behavior. Besieged by increasing pandemonium, the administrators were nearly ready to shut down the school. When I requested to talk with the students who had contributed most to the turbulence, the principal selected 8 boys aged 11 to 14 to meet with me. The following are excerpts from the dialogue I had with the students. Myself, expressing my feelings and needs without asking probing questions, I said, "I'm very upset about the teachers' reports that things are getting out of hand in many of the classes. I'd like very much for this school to be successful. I asked to meet with you today in the hopes that you could tell me what could be done that would improve the school." One of the students said, "The teachers in this school, they're fools, man." I said to the student, "Are you saying that you're disgusted with the teachers and you want them to change some things they do?" "No, man. the student said. They're fools because they just stand around and don't do nothing. I then said, you mean you're disgusted because you want them to do more when problems occur? This was my second attempt to understand his feelings and needs. He said, that's right, man. No matter what anybody does, they just stand there grinning like a bunch of fools. I asked him if he'd give me an example of what he meant by the teachers doing nothing. He answered, easy, just this morning. A student walks in, he had a wild turkey bottle of whiskey in his back pocket. It was plain as day he had that in his pocket. Everybody saw it. The teacher, though, she pretended like she didn't see it. She just looked the other way. And then I said, so it sounds then that you don't have respect for teachers when they just stand around and do nothing. You'd like something done. He said, yeah. I said, well, I'm disappointed because I want them to be able to work things out with students, but it sounds like I wasn't able to show them what I meant by how to deal with such situations. The discussion then turned to one particularly pressing problem, that of students who didn't want to work on a particular day and disturbed others in the class. I said, I'm anxious to try to solve this problem because the teachers tell me it's the one that bothers them the most. I would appreciate your sharing what ideas you have with me. One of the students said, the teachers have to get a stick and hit the kids. And I said to the student, so you're saying that you want the teachers to hit people when they bother others? This student said to me, that's the only way the student's going to learn. And I said, so you doubt that any other way would work? He nodded agreement. Well, I said, I'm discouraged if that is the only way. I hate that way of settling things, and I'd like to consider some other ways. And the student said, why? I said, well, several reasons. Like, if I get you to stop horsing around in school by hitting you with a stick, I'd like you to tell me what happens if 3 or 4 of you that I have hit in class are out by my car when I go home. The student was smiling and said, then you better have a big stick, man. Feeling certain that I understood this student's message and certain he knew I understood, I continued by saying, that's what I mean. I'd like you to see I'm bothered about that way of settling things. I'm too absent-minded to always remember to carry a stick. And even if I remembered, I hate to get my needs met by hitting people if they don't meet my needs. Another student said, well, you could kick the person out of school. And I said, well, you're suggesting that you would just like us then to get people out of the school? He said, yeah. I said, I'm discouraged with that idea too. I want to show that there are other ways of solving differences in school without kicking people out. I'd feel like a failure if that was the best we could do. Another student said, well, if somebody's doing nothing, why not put them in a do-nothing room? I said, are you suggesting that you would like to have a room to send people to if they're disrupting other people? He said, that's right. There's no use their being in the class if they're not doing nothing but bothering people. I said, I'm very interested in that idea. I'd like to hear how you think such a room would work. The student said, well, sometimes you come to school and you just feel bad. You don't want to do nothing. Maybe your dad beat you up before you came to school. So we could just have a room where students, when they feel bad, they could go there till they feel like coming back and doing the work. I said back to that I understood what he was saying, but I was anticipating that the teacher and other students would be concerned about whether people would go willingly to this room. The student said confidently, they'll go. I said I thought the plan might work if we could show the students that the purpose was not to punish, but to provide a place to go for those who weren't ready to study, and simultaneously a chance to study for those who wanted to study. I also suggested that this room would be more likely to succeed if it was really known that it was a product of what the students wanted, rather than something the staff just put on them. So we set up a do-nothing room for students who were upset and didn't feel like doing anything that day in the form of schoolwork, and whose behavior kept others from learning. Sometimes students asked to go to this room. Sometimes teachers asked the students to go. We placed the teacher who had the best ability to empathize with students in the do-nothing room, where she had some very productive talks with the children who came in. This setup was an immense success in restoring order to the school because the students who devised it made its purpose clear to their peers, that it was to protect the rights of students who wanted to learn, that it wasn't our intention to punish the others. We used the dialogue with the students to demonstrate to the teachers that there were means of resolving conflicts beside withdrawal from the conflicts or using punitive force. I'd like now to talk about how to express anger and how to do it fully. Many times people think that expressing anger fully is things like hitting, killing, blaming, hurting others, whether physically or mentally. Yeah, those are some ways of expressing anger, but for me, they're superficial expressions of what is going on with us when we're angry. I say superficial because, as I will try to explain, when we're angry, we're really not connected deeply with ourselves. If we're truly angry, I'm going to show us how we can bring ourselves back to life and how we can more fully express what's alive in us when we're connected to life than when we're angry. Many people think that anger is a sign of being really alive. Well, to me, anger means we got a lot of adrenaline in our system. I guess we could define anger that way. We could say it just means having a lot of adrenaline in your system. But to me, being alive is really being in touch with our needs. And anger tells me that I'm not in touch with my needs. This understanding comes as a relief to many groups I work with that experience oppression and discrimination, and they want to increase their power to effect change. Such groups are uneasy when they hear the terms nonviolent or compassionate communication, because they've so often been urged to stifle their anger, calm down, and accept the status quo. They worry about approaches that view their anger as an undesirable quality that needs to be gotten rid of. The process we're describing, however, does not encourage us to ignore, squash, or swallow anger, but rather to express the core of our anger fully and wholeheartedly by getting connected to the life behind the thinking that causes our anger. The first step to fully express anger in harmony with nonviolent communication is to divorce the other person from any responsibility for causing our anger. We rid ourselves of such thoughts as, he or she made me angry when they did what they did. Such thinking leads us to express our anger superficially by blaming or punishing the other person. Earlier, we saw that the behavior of others may be a stimulus for our feelings, but it's never the cause. We're never angry simply because of what the other person did. We can identify the other person's behavior as the stimulus for our anger, but it is important to establish a clear separation between the other person's behavior being a stimulus and the cause of our anger. I'd like to illustrate this distinction with an example from my work at a Swedish prison. I was working with the prisoners, trying to show them, those who had behaved in violent ways, how to fully express their anger rather than to kill, beat, or rape other people. During an exercise, calling on the prisoners to identify a stimulus for their anger, one prisoner said, "3 weeks ago I made a request to the prison officials, and they still haven't responded to it." Well, this gave me a clear observation of what the other people had done. I then asked him to state the cause of his anger. I said, when this happened, you felt angry because you told yourself what? He said, I just told you I felt angry because they didn't respond to my request. So he was equating the stimulus as being the cause. He had tricked himself into thinking that it was the behavior of the prison officials that was making him angry. This is an easy habit to acquire in a culture that uses guilt as a means of controlling people. In such cultures, it becomes important to trick people into thinking that we can make others feel in a certain way or make them do what we think is right. When people use guilt as a tactic of manipulation and coercion, they try to tell the other person that the other person is the cause of their guilt. They don't take responsibility for it themselves. As mentioned earlier, children who hear, "It hurts Mommy and Daddy when you get poor grades," these children are led to believe that their behavior is the cause of their parents' pain. The same dynamic is observed among intimate partners. When one says, "It really disappoints me when you're not here for my birthday." The English language facilitates the use of this guilt-inducing tactic in many ways. We say, "You make me angry, you hurt me by doing that, I feel sad because you do that." We use our language in many different ways to trick ourselves into believing that our feelings result from what others do. So the first step in the process of fully expressing our anger is to realize that what other people do is not the cause of our anger. It's the stimulus. So what is the cause of our anger? I earlier suggested several options we have when confronted with a message or behavior that we don't like. Anger is generated when we choose the option of finding fault, blaming the other person. Anger tells us that at that moment we are choosing to play a game I call punitive God. We are sitting in judgment of what another person has done and blaming the other person as being wrong or deserving of punishment. That's the cause of anger, this kind of thinking. Even if we're not initially conscious of it, it's this kind of thinking that causes our anger. Another way we could respond to behavior we don't like is to shine the light of consciousness on our own feelings and needs. Rather than going up to our head to make a mental analysis of wrongness of the other person, we could choose to connect to the life that is within us. This life energy is most palpable and accessible when we focus on what we need in each moment. For example, if someone arrives late for an appointment, and we need reassurance that the person cares about us, we may feel hurt. If instead our need is to spend time purposely and constructively, we may feel frustrated. If, on the other hand, our need is for 30 minutes of quiet solitude, we may be grateful for the person's tardiness. We might feel pleased. Thus, it's not the behavior of the other person, but our own need that causes our feelings. When we are connected to our need, whether it is for reassurance, purposefulness, or solitude, we are in touch with our life energy. We may have strong feelings, but we're never angry. Anger is a result of life-alienated thinking that is disconnected from needs. It indicates that we have moved up to our head to analyze and judge somebody, rather than focus on which of our needs is not being met. In addition to the option of focusing on our own feelings and needs, we have another choice at any moment, and that is to shine the light of our consciousness on the other person's feelings and needs. When we choose this option, we also never feel anger. We are not repressing the anger. Rather, we see how anger is simply absent in each moment, that we are fully present with the other person's feelings and needs, or our feelings and needs. Sometimes I'm asked, aren't there circumstances in which anger is justified? Isn't righteous indignation called for in the face of careless, thoughtless pollution of the environment, for example? My answer is that I strongly believe that to whatever degree I support the consciousness that there is such a thing as a careless action, or a conscientious action, a greedy person, or a moral person, I believe in some way I'm really contributing to violence on this planet. Rather than agreeing or disagreeing about what people are for murdering, raping, or polluting the environment, I believe we serve life better by focusing attention on whether or not our needs are being met by such behavior. I see all anger as a result of life-alienating, violence-provocative thinking. That's the cause of the anger. I think at the root of all anger is a need that's not being fulfilled. Thus, anger can be valuable if we use it as an alarm clock to wake us up, to realize we have a need that isn't being met, and that we're thinking in a way that makes it unlikely that the need will be met. So to fully express anger, I would suggest that we need to be fully conscious of our need. In addition, energy is required to get the need met. Anger, however, co-opts our energy by directing it toward punishing people rather than directing the energy to meeting our needs. Instead of engaging in righteous indignation, I recommend connecting empathically with our own needs and those of others. This may take extensive practice whereby, over and over again, we consciously replace the phrase, "I'm angry because they did what they did," with, "I'm angry because I'm needing," and we get in touch with what we're needing. I once was taught a remarkable lesson about anger while working with students in a correctional school in Wisconsin. On 2 successive days, I was hit in the nose while I was trying to stop a fight between 2 young men. The first time I received a sharp blow across the nose from an elbow while I was breaking up the fight. I was so enraged it was all I could do to keep myself from hitting the child. On the streets of Detroit, where I grew up, it took far less than an elbow in the nose to provoke me to rage. The second day, a very amazing similar situation. I got hit in the same nose while breaking up a fight, and thus I had more physical pain than the day before, but I wasn't a bit angry. Reflecting deeply that evening on this experience, I recognized I had labeled the first child in my mind as a spoiled brat. That image was in my head before his elbow ever caught my nose. And when it did hit my nose, it was no longer simply an elbow hitting my nose. It was, "That obnoxious brat has no right to do this." That judgment flew into my head so rapidly I wasn't even aware of it at the time. I had a different judgment about the second child. I saw that child as a pathetic creature. Since I had a tendency to worry about this child, even though my nose was hurting and bleeding more severely the second day, I felt no rage at all. I could not have received a more powerful lesson to help me see that it's not what other people do, but the images and interpretations in our heads that produces our anger. I emphasize the distinction between cause and stimulus on practical and tactical, as well as on philosophical grounds. I'd like to illustrate this point by returning to the dialogue I referred to earlier with John, that prisoner in Sweden. As you recall, John said, 3 weeks ago I made a request to the prison officials, and they still haven't responded to my request. And then I asked John, so when this happened, you felt angry because what? What was going on in you that made you angry? John, I just told you they didn't respond to my request. I said, hold it. Instead of saying I felt angry because they, stop and become conscious of what you're telling yourself that's making you so angry. John said, I'm not telling myself anything. And I said, hey, John, slow down. Stop. Just listen to what's going on inside yourself. John stopped and reflected for a few moments, and then he said, well, I'm telling myself that they have no respect for human beings. They're a bunch of cold, faceless bureaucrats who don't give a damn about anybody but themselves. They're a bunch of... And I interrupted him. I said, hold it, that's enough. That's enough. Look at all that's going on in you. That's why you're angry. You have that thinking going on. He said, well, what's wrong with thinking that way? I said, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with thinking that way. Notice I'm just trying to say that it's this thinking that is causing you to be angry. I'm not saying you shouldn't judge people. You shouldn't think in this way. If I did, I'd be doing the very thing. No, all I want you to do is see that when you see people that way and think about them that way, It's that thinking on your part that makes you angry. Now I'd like you to try something else. Now look for your needs that are being expressed through that message. You see, remember what I told you earlier, John. All of the judgments that make us angry are really expressions of needs. The needs are at the root of this. A need of yours isn't getting met. So focus on your need that wasn't met by their action. John deliberated about this for quite a long while, and then he said, Marshall, I need the training I'm requesting. If I don't get that training, just as sure as I'm sitting here, I'm going to end up back in this prison when I get out. I said, now, John, now that your attention is on your needs, how are you feeling right now? He said, scared. I said, okay, now put yourself in the shoes of a prison official. Pretend like I'm an inmate. Am I more likely to get my needs met if I come to you saying, hey, I really need that training and I'm scared of what's going to happen if I don't get it? Or if I approach while seeing you as a faceless bureaucrat? Even if I don't say those words out loud, my eyes will reveal that kind of thinking is going on in me. Which way am I more likely to get my needs met? John sat staring at the floor, silent. I said, hey, buddy, what's going on? John said, I can't talk about it right now. 3 hours later, John approached me and said, Marshall, I wish you had taught me 2 years ago what you taught me this morning about anger. I wouldn't have had to kill my best friend. All violence, I believe, is the result of people tricking themselves, as did this young prisoner, into believing that their pain derives from other people, and that those people deserve to be punished for what they did. One time I saw my younger son take a 50-cent piece from his sister's room. I said, Brett, did you ask your sister whether you could have that? He answered, I didn't take anything from her. Now, I had several options. I could call him a liar, which would, however, have worked against my getting my needs met, since any judgment of another person diminishes the likelihood of our needs being met. Where I focused my attention at this moment was critical. If I were to judge him as lying, it would point me in one direction. If I were to interpret that he didn't respect me enough to tell the truth, I would be pointed in another direction. If, however, I were either to empathize with him at that moment, or express nakedly what I was feeling and needing, I would greatly increase the possibility of getting my needs met. The way I expressed my choice, which in this situation turned out helpful, was not through what I said, but through what I did. Instead of judging him as lying, I tried to hear his feelings. I guessed he was scared, and his need was to protect himself against being punished. By empathizing with him, I had the chance of making an emotional connection out of which we both get our needs met. However, if I had approached him with the view that he was lying, even if I hadn't expressed it out loud, he would have been less likely to feel safe expressing truthfully what had happened. If I had judged him as a liar, that very act of judging him, whether I said it out loud, would make it very hard for him to respond. People can tell when they're being judged by our nonverbal behavior as well as our verbal behavior. And then, if I judge a person as a liar, why would that person want to tell the truth? And why would anyone want to be truthful with somebody who judges and punishes? I would like to suggest that when our heads are filled with judgments and analyses that others are bad, greedy, irresponsible, lying, cheating, valuing profit more than life, or behaving in other ways they shouldn't, that we think they shouldn't, very few of them will be interested in our needs. If we want to protect the environment and we go to a corporate executive with the attitude, you know, you really are a killer of the planet. You have no right to abuse the land in this way. Even before we've said a word, I think we have severely impaired our chances of getting our needs met. We're not likely to find many human beings who can maintain focus on our needs when we are expressing them through images of their wrongness. Of course, we may be successful in using such judgments to intimidate people into meeting our needs. If they feel so frightened, guilty, or ashamed that they change their behavior, we may come to believe that it's possible to win by telling people what's wrong with them. With a broader perspective, however, we realize that each time our needs are met in this way, we not only lose, but we have contributed very tangibly to violence on the planet. We may have solved an immediate problem, but we will have created another one. The more people hear blame and punishment, the more defensive and aggressive they become, and the less they will care about our needs in the future. So even if our present need is met, in the sense that people do what we want, we will pay for it later. So let's look then at what the process of fully expressing our anger actually requires in concrete form. The first step is to stop and do nothing. Just take a breath. We refrain from making any move to blame or punish the other person. We simply stay quiet. Then we identify the thoughts that are making us angry. For example, we overhear a statement that leads us to believe that we've been excluded from a conversation because of race. We sense anger, stop, and recognize the thoughts stirring in our head. We see that we're saying, "It's unfair to act like that. She's being racist." And we know that all such judgments like this are tragic expressions of our needs. So we take the next step and connect to the needs behind those judgments. If I judge someone to be racist, the need might be for inclusion, equality, respect, connection. To fully express ourselves, we now open our mouths. But what comes out is not the anger and the judgments that cause the anger. Now we're connected to life. What comes out is what needs of ours have not been met. And anger is no longer the feeling, because when we're connected to our needs, we feel other feelings than anger. We might feel frustrated, powerless, sad, but never angry. To articulate these feelings, however, may require a lot of courage. For me, it's easy to get angry and tell people that was a racist thing to do. In fact, I may even enjoy saying such things, but to get down to the deeper feelings and needs behind such a statement may be very frightening. So to fully express what's going on in us, we don't stop at the anger and express that, or express the judgments that we have. To fully express ourselves, we might say, "When you entered the room and started talking to the others and didn't talk to me, and then you made the comment about white people that you did, I felt really hurt and sad. I also got scared. It triggered off my need to be treated equally. I'd like you to tell me how you feel when I tell you this." When I come out of that kind of energy, the energy of being in touch with my feelings and needs, the other person and I are both more likely to get our needs met than if I react out of the energy coming from my judgments. In many cases, however, another step needs to take place before we can expect the other person to connect with what's going on in us. Because it will often be difficult for others to receive our feelings and need in such situations, we often need to first empathize with them if we want them to hear us. The more we empathize with what leads others to behave in ways that are not meeting our needs, the more likely it is that they'll be able to reciprocate afterwards. Over the last 30 years, I've had a wealth of experience sharing nonviolent communication with people who harbor strong beliefs about specific races and ethnic groups. Early one morning, I was picked up by a cab at an airport to take me into town. A message from the dispatcher came over the loudspeaker for the cabbie. The message was, "Pick up Mr. Fishman at the synagogue on Main Street." There was another man sharing the cab with me, and he muttered, "These kikes get up early in the morning so they can screw everybody out of their money." For 20 seconds there was smoke coming out of my ears. In earlier years, my first reaction would have been to want to physically hurt such a person. Now I took a few deep breaths, gave myself some empathy for the hurt, fear, and rage that were stirring inside of me. I listened to the feelings, but then I stayed conscious that my anger wasn't coming from what my fellow passenger nor the statement he had just made. Rather, I realized his comment had triggered off a volcano inside of me. I could see that my anger came from a deeper source than the judgment that made me angry. I sat back and simply allowed the violent thoughts to play themselves out. Giving myself this empathy enabled me then to focus my attention on the humanness behind his message. I wanted to see the beauty in him, to understand what was alive in him when he made that remark. I also wanted him to understand me and the pain that I felt, and I trusted that he would be better able to do that if he felt that I empathically connected with what was going on in him when he said what he did. I said, "Are you feeling frustrated because you have some needs that haven't been met when you've dealt with money with Jewish people?" He thought about that for a moment and said, "Yeah, these people are disgusting. They'll do anything for money." So I said, "If I'm understanding you, then you feel distrust and the need to protect yourself when you're involved in financial affairs with them." "That's right," he said. And he continued to release more judgments as I listened for the feeling and need behind each one. When we settle our attention on other people's feelings and needs, we experience our common humanity. When I hear that he's scared and wants to protect himself, I recognize that I have a need to protect myself at times. I know what it's like to be scared. So when my consciousness is focused on another person's feelings and needs, I see the universality of our experience. I had a major conflict with what went on in his head, of course. But I've learned that I enjoy human beings more if I don't get caught up in what they think in such situations. With people who are thinking in the way that he was, I've learned to savor life much more by only hearing what's going on in their hearts and not getting caught up with what's in their head. This man kept on pouring out his sadness and frustration. Before I knew it, he'd finished talking about Jews and moved on to people of color. He was charged with pain around a number of subjects. After nearly 10 minutes of my just listening, he stopped. He felt understood. Then I let him know what was going on in me. I said to him, "You know, when you first started to talk, I felt a lot of frustration and sadness and discouragement because I've had very different experiences with Jewish people than you've had, and I was wanting to share that I've had such different experiences. Can you tell me what you hear me saying right now?" And the man stopped for a moment and said, "Well, I'm not saying they're all..." I said, "Hold it, excuse me. Can you just tell me what you heard me say?" The man says, "What are you talking about?" I said, "It's really important to me. I'd like you to really hear it, so I'd like to repeat it. I really want you just to hear the pain I felt when I heard your words. It's really important to me that you hear that. I was saying I felt a real sense of sadness because my experiences with Jewish people have been very different. I was just wishing that you had had some experiences that were different from the ones you were describing. Can you tell me what you heard me say?" The man said, "You're saying I have no right to talk the way I did." I say, "Thanks for telling me that's what you heard. I can see I didn't make myself clear. No, I'm not saying you had no right to talk that way. I was trying to say I'd like you to hear me differently than that. I don't want to blame you. I have no desire to blame you." I slowed down the conversation because, in my experience, to whatever degree people hear blame, they have failed to hear our pain. If this man said, in quotes, "Those were terrible things for me to say. Those were racist remarks," I said, he would not have heard my pain. He would have heard blame and agreed with it. So as soon as people think they have done something wrong, they will not be fully apprehending our pain. I didn't want him to hear blame because I wanted him to know what was going on in my heart when he said what he did. Blaming is easy. People are used to hearing blame. Sometimes they agree with it and hate themselves. That doesn't stop them from behaving the same way. And sometimes they hate us for calling them whatever we did, which also doesn't stop their behavior. If we sense blame entering our mind, as I did in the cab, we may need to slow down, go back, and hear their pain for a while more. I tried again to express my pain, and I could see that I maybe was expressing it in a more complicated way than I had to, so I tried to make it as simple as I could. And he was then able to reflect back what he heard me say. And as I got out of the cab, I thought we had made a superficial connection, but one that was far better than would have come about if I had started to communicate with him out of anger and the judgments that were causing my anger. Probably the most important part of learning how to live the process I have just been discussing about anger is to take our time. We may feel awkward deviating from the habitual behaviors that our conditioning has rendered automatic. But if our intention is to consciously live life in harmony with our values, then we'll want to take our time. A friend of mine jotted down the basic components of this process on a 3x5 card, which he would use as a kind of a cheat sheet at work. When his boss would confront him, he would stop, refer to the card in his hand, and take time to remember how to respond. When he told me this, I asked him whether his colleagues were finding him a little strange, constantly staring into his hand and taking so much time to respond. He said, "Marshall, it doesn't actually take that much more time, but even if it did, it's still worth it to me. It's important for me to know that I'm responding to people the way I want to, rather than how I've been trained to." At home, he was even more overt. He explained to his wife and children why he was taking the time and why he consulted the card. Whenever there was an argument in the family, he would pull out the card and take his time, focus his attention where he wanted it to be, using the card as a reminder. He told me that after about a month, he felt comfortable enough with the process to not have to use the card, and he put it in his drawer. And one evening shortly afterwards, he and his son, Scotty, age 4, were having a conflict over the television, and it wasn't going too well. And Scotty said, "Daddy, get the card." For those of you wishing to live nonviolent communication, especially in challenging situations that stimulate anger, I would suggest the following exercise. As we've seen, our anger comes from judgments, labels, and thoughts of blame, of what people should do and what they deserve. List the judgments that float most frequently in your head by using the cue, "I don't like people who are," and then list what thoughts come to you. Collect these negative judgments in your head, and for each one then ask, when I make that judgment of a person, what might I be needing at that moment that's being expressed through that judgment? In this way, you train yourself to frame your thinking in terms of unmet needs rather than in terms of judgments. Practice is essential because most of us were raised, if not in the streets of Detroit as I was, then somewhere only slightly less violent. Judging and blaming may have become second nature to us. So to practice nonviolent communication, we need to proceed slowly, to take our time before we speak, and often to take a breath and not speak at all. Learning the process and applying it both take some time. We've all learned things that limit us as human beings. Whether from well-intentioned parents, teachers, clergy, or others, or from the media, we've learned some things that are not very good for us at all. Passed down through generations, even centuries, much of this destructive learning is so ingrained in our lives that we're no longer conscious of it. In one of his routines, comedian Buddy Hackett, raised on his mother's rich cooking, claimed that he never realized it was possible to leave the table without feeling heartburn until he was in the Army. He was so accustomed to his mother's cooking that heartburn had become a way of life. In the same way, pain engendered by damaging cultural conditioning is such an integral part of our lives that we're often no longer distinguishing its presence. It takes tremendous energy and awareness to recognize this destructive learning and transform it into thoughts and behaviors that are of value and of service to life. This requires a literacy of needs and the ability to get in touch with ourselves, both of which can be difficult if we have gone through some cultural training that teaches us not to be connected to ourselves. Not only have we never been educated to be literate about our needs, we're often exposed to cultural training that actively blocks our consciousness. As mentioned earlier, we've inherited a language that served kings and powerful elites in domination societies. The masses, discouraged from developing awareness of their own needs, have instead been educated to be nice, dead people. Our culture implies that needs are negative and destructive. The word needy applied to a person suggests inadequacy or immaturity. When people express their needs, they're often labeled selfish, and the use of the personal pronoun I is at times equated with selfishness or neediness. By encouraging us to separate observation and evaluation, to acknowledge the thoughts or needs shaping our feelings, and to express our requests in clear action language, nonviolent communication heightens our awareness of the cultural conditioning influencing us at any moment. And drawing this conditioning into the light of consciousness is a key step in breaking its hold on us. We can apply nonviolent communication to resolve the internal conflicts that often result in depression. In his book, Revolution in Psychiatry, Ernest Becker attributes depression to cognitively arrested alternatives. To me, this means that when we have a judgmental dialogue going on within, we become alienated from what we are needing and cannot then act to meet those needs. Depression, then, is indicative of a state of alienation from our own needs. A woman studying nonviolent communication was suffering a profound bout of depression. She was asked to identify the voices within her when she felt the most depressed, and to write them down in dialogue form as though they were speaking to each other. The first two lines of her dialogue were Voice 1, which was labeled by her Career Woman. I should do something more with my life. I'm wasting my life. I'm wasting my education. I'm wasting my talents. Voice 2, which she labeled Responsible Mother, said to her, You're being unrealistic. You're a mother of 2 children. You can't handle that responsibility. So how can you handle anything else? Notice how these inner messages are infested with judgmental terms and phrases such as should, wasting my education and talents, etc. Variations of this dialogue have been running for months in the woman's head. She was then asked to imagine the career woman voice taking a course in nonviolent communication and thinking what it would be said if she could say it in terms of her feelings and needs. She subsequently translated, I should do something with my life, I'm wasting my education and talents, into, when I spend as much time at home with the children as I do without practicing my profession. I feel discouraged because I'm really needing the fulfillment I once had in my profession. Therefore, I now would like to find some part-time work in my profession. Then it was the turn of her voice, Responsible Mother, to undergo the same process. The lines, You're being unrealistic, you're a mother of 2 children and can't handle that responsibility, so how can you handle anything else, were transformed into, When I imagine going to work, I feel scared because I'm needing reassurance that the children will be well taken care of. Therefore, I would now like to plan how to provide high-quality child care while I work, and also how to find sufficient time to be with the children when I'm not tired. This woman felt great relief As soon as she translated her inner messages in this way, she was able to get beneath the alienating messages she was repeating to herself and offer herself empathy. Although she still faced practical challenges, such as securing quality child care and her husband's support, she was no longer subject to the judgmental internal dialogue that kept her from being aware of her own needs and for taking actions to meet her needs. When we're entangled in critical, blaming, or angry thoughts, it is difficult to establish a healthy internal environment for ourselves. Nonviolent communication helps us create a more peaceful state of mind by encouraging us to focus on what we are truly wanting rather than on what is wrong with ourselves or others. Many years ago, after having just invested 9 years of my life in the training and diplomas necessary to qualify as a psychotherapist, I came across a dialogue between the Israeli philosopher Martin Buber and the American psychologist Carl Rogers, in which Buber questions whether anyone could do psychotherapy in the role of a psychotherapist. Buber was visiting the United States at the time and had been invited, along with Carl Rogers, to a discussion at a mental hospital in front of a group of mental health professionals. In this dialogue, Buber states that human growth occurs through a meeting between two individuals who express themselves vulnerably and authentically, in which he termed an I-thou relationship. He didn't believe that this type of authenticity was likely to exist when people meet in the roles of psychotherapist and client. Rogers agreed that authenticity was a prerequisite to growth. He maintained, however, that enlightened psychotherapists could choose to transcend their own role and encounter their clients authentically. Buber was skeptical. He was of the opinion that even if psychotherapists were committed and able to relate to their clients in an authentic fashion, such encounters would be impossible as long as the clients continued to view themselves as clients and their psychotherapists as psychotherapists. He observed how the very process of making appointments to see someone at an office, paying fees, how this dimmed the likelihood of an authentic relationship developing between two people. This dialogue clarified my own long-standing ambivalence toward clinical detachment, a sacrosanct rule in the psychoanalytic psychotherapy I was taught. To bring one's own feelings and needs into the psychotherapy was typically viewed as a sign of pathology on the part of the therapist. Competent psychotherapists, according to this way of thinking, were to stay out of the therapy process by bringing themselves into it, and to function as a mirror onto which clients projected their transferences, which were then worked through with the psychotherapist's help. I understood the theory behind keeping the psychotherapist's inner process out of psychotherapy and guarding against the danger of addressing internal conflicts at the client's expense. However, I had always been uncomfortable maintaining the requisite emotional distance, and furthermore believed in the advantages of bringing oneself authentically into the process. I thus began to experiment by replacing clinical language with the language of nonviolent communication. Instead of interpreting what my clients were saying in line with personality theories I had studied, I made myself present to their words and listened empathically. Instead of diagnosing them in my thinking, I revealed what was going on within myself. At first, this was frightening. I worried about how colleagues would react to the way with which I was entering into dialogue with the clients. However, the results were so gratifying to both the clients and myself that I soon overcame any hesitation. Since about 1963, the concept of bringing myself fully into the client-centered relationship has ceased seeming heretical to me. But when I began practicing this way, I was often invited to speak by groups of psychotherapists who were not too comfortable when I would bring this up. Once I was asked by a large gathering of mental health professionals at a state mental hospital to show how nonviolent communication might serve in counseling distressed people. After my 1-hour presentation, I was requested to interview a patient in order to produce an evaluation and recommendation for treatment. I talked with this 29-year-old mother of 3 children for about half an hour. After she left the room, the staff responsible for her care posed their questions. "Dr. Rosenberg," her psychiatrist began, "please make a differential diagnosis. In your opinion, is this woman manifesting a schizophrenic reaction, or is this a case of drug-induced psychosis?" I said that I was uncomfortable with such questions. Even when I worked in a mental hospital during my training, I was never sure how to fit people into these classifications. Since then, I've read research indicating a lack of agreement among psychiatrists and psychologists regarding these terms. Reports conclude that diagnoses of patients in mental hospitals depends more upon the school the psychiatrist attended than the characteristics of the patients themselves. I would be reluctant, I continued, to apply these terms even if consistent usage did exist, because I failed to see how they benefited patients. In physical medicine, pinpointing the disease process that has created the illness often gives clear direction to its treatment. But I didn't perceive this relationship in the field we call mental illness. In my experience during case conferences at hospitals, the staff would spend most of its time deliberating over a diagnosis. The psychiatrist in charge of the case might appeal to the others for help in setting up a treatment plan. Often this request would be ignored in favor of continued wrangling over the diagnosis. When I was asked this question in the group that I was talking to about what diagnosis I had of this woman, I explained to the psychiatrist that nonviolent communication suggests that I ask to myself the following questions, rather than to think in terms of what is wrong with the patient. Questions such as, what is the person feeling? What is she needing? How do I feel in response to this person? What are my needs behind my feelings? What action or decision would I request this person to take in the belief that it might enable this person to live more happily? Now notice that our responses to questions such as these reveals a lot about ourselves and our values. We would be far more vulnerable than if we were to simply diagnose the other person. On another occasion, I was called to demonstrate how nonviolent communication could be taught to people diagnosed as chronic schizophrenics. With about 80 psychologists, psychiatrists, social workers, and nurses watching, 15 patients who had been thus diagnosed were assembled on the stage for me. As I introduced myself and explained the purpose of nonviolent communication, one of the patients expressed a reaction that seemed irrelevant to what I was saying. Aware that he'd been diagnosed as a chronic schizophrenic, I succumbed to clinical thinking by assuming that my failure to understand him was due to his confusion. "You seem to have trouble following what I'm saying," I remarked. At this, another patient interjected, "I understand what he's saying," and proceeded to explain the relevance of what the first patient had said to me. Recognizing that the man was not confused, but that I had simply not grasped the connection between our thoughts, I was dismayed by the ease with which I had attributed responsibility for the break in communication to him. I would have liked to have owned my own feelings by saying, for example, "I'm confused. I'd like to see the connection between what I said and your response, but I don't. Would you be willing to explain how your words relate to what I said?" With the exception of this brief departure into clinical thinking on my part, the session with the patients went successfully. The staff, impressed with the patients' responses, wondered whether I considered them to be an unusually cooperative group of patients. I answered that when I avoided diagnosing people and instead stayed connected to the life going on in them and in myself, people usually respond positively. A staff member then requested a similar session to be conducted as a learning experience, with some of the psychologists and psychiatrists as participants. At this, the patients who had been on the stage exchanged seats with several volunteers in the audience. In working with the staff, I had a difficult time clarifying to one psychiatrist the difference between intellectual understanding and empathy as proposed by nonviolent communication. Whenever someone in the group expressed feelings, he would offer his understanding of the psychological dynamics behind their feelings rather than empathize with the feelings. When this happened for the third time, one of the patients in the audience said, "Can't you see you're doing it again? You're interpreting what she's saying rather than empathizing with her feelings." By adopting the skills and consciousness of nonviolent communication, we can counsel others in encounters that are genuine, open, and mutual, rather than resorting to professional relationships characterized by emotional distancing, diagnosis, and hierarchy. I would now like to share with you how nonviolent communication can help us in celebrating life. We've been looking at how it can be used in a series of conflicting situations, whether the situation is a conflict within ourselves or between ourselves and other people. But a very important application of nonviolent communication is how to celebrate life through how we express gratitude to ourselves and others. First, I'd like to mention the intention that is behind expressing gratitude. If somebody says, "You did a good job on that report," or "You're a very sensitive person," or "It was kind of you to offer me a ride home last evening," such statements are typically uttered as expressions of appreciation in life-alienating communication. Perhaps you are surprised that I regard praise and compliments to be life-alienating. Notice, however, that appreciation expressed in this form reveals little of what's going on in the speaker and establishes the speaker as someone who sits in judgment. I define judgments, both positive and negative, judgments that imply rightness or wrongness, as life-alienating communication. In the corporate trainings I offer, I often encounter managers who defend the practice of praising and compliments by claiming, "It works. Research shows," they assert, "that if a manager compliments employees, they work harder. And the same goes for schools. If teachers praise students, the students study harder." When people mention this research, they're usually talking about the effects on the short-term basis. Short-term basis, usually people do work harder when they get rewards in the form of praise and compliments. However, research shows that when people start to recognize that this is being used in a manipulative way, the praise and the compliments no longer improve performance. And what's even more disturbing for me, however, is that the beauty of gratitude is spoiled when people begin to notice the lurking intent to get something out of them behind the gratitude. When we use nonviolent communication to express gratitude, it is purely to celebrate, not to get something in return. Our sole intention is to celebrate the way our lives have been enriched by others. More than a couple of times I have been asked, "But what if your intent is to build up the other person's self-esteem?" I say to such people that I'd like them to look at what they're saying. I'd like them to see that if another person depends for their self-esteem on words that we say to them in the form of praise and compliments, I wouldn't say that person has more self-esteem. I would say we have addicted them to searching for approval from others. If we're to express gratitude in nonviolent communication, there's three things we need to make clear. First, the actions that the other person has taken that have contributed to our well-being. Second, the needs of ours that have been fulfilled through the action. And third, the pleasurable feelings that were created by having our needs fulfilled. The sequence of these ingredients may vary, or sometimes all three can be conveyed by a smile or a simple thank you. However, if we want to ensure that our gratitude has been fully received, I have found it valuable to develop the literacy of expressing all three components verbally. The following dialogue illustrates how praise may be transformed into an appreciation that embraces all three components. A participant approached me at the end of the workshop and said to me, "Marshall, you're brilliant." I said to her, "I'm not able to get as much out of that gratitude as I would like." The participant said, "Huh? What do you say that for?" I said, "In my lifetime I've been called a number of names, some positive, some far from positive. Yet I can't recall learning anything of value by somebody telling me what I am. I don't think there's any value in being told what we are. I'd like to learn from your gratitude and enjoy it, but I would need different information than you just telling me what I am." The participant said, "Like what?" "Well, first, I'd like to know what I said or did that contributed to your life today." She said, "You're so intelligent." I said, "No, I'm afraid you've just given me another judgment that tells me what I am. But that still leaves me wondering what I did that contributed to your life in some way." The participant thought for a while. Then she looked into her notes and said, "Okay, I see what you mean. Look at this. You said these two things." I looked at her notes. "Yes, I did say those two things." I said, "Okay, so it's my saying those two things that you want to talk to me about." She said, "Yes." And I said, "Now, I'd like to know now how you feel as a result of my having said those two things." She said, "Hopeful and relieved." I said, "That helps me enjoy your gratitude better. And now what would really help me to enjoy it, I'd like to know what needs of yours were met by my saying those two things." She said, "I have this 18-year-old son. I haven't been able to communicate with him. From the time he's been 5 years old, we keep arguing and we're never able to really connect. I've been desperately searching for some direction that might help me to relate to him in a more loving manner. And those two things you said met my need for some concrete direction for connecting with him." Hearing all three pieces of information, what I did, how she felt, what needs of hers were fulfilled, I could then celebrate the gratitude with her. Had she initially expressed her gratitude in nonviolent communication, it might have sounded like this: "Marshall, when you said these two things," and then she showed me the two things she was referring to, "when you said that, I felt very hopeful and relieved, because I've been needing a way to connect with my son, and these gave me the way to connect with him that I was wanting." Many of us do not receive gratitude very well. We fret over whether we deserve it. We worry about what's being expected of us, especially if we have had teachers or managers who have used gratitude as a means to spur productivity. Or we're nervous about living up to what we see as expectations behind the gratitude. Accustomed to a culture where buying, earning, and deserving are the standard modes of interchange, we are often uncomfortable with simple giving and receiving. Nonviolent communication encourages us to receive gratitude with the same quality of empathy we express when listening to any message. We hear what we've done that's contributed to the other's well-being. We hear their feelings and the needs that were fulfilled. We take into our hearts the joyous reality that we can each enhance the quality of others' lives. I was taught to receive appreciation with grace by my friend Nafez Aseli. He was a member of a Palestinian team whom I had invited to Switzerland for training in nonviolent communication. At the end of the workshop, Nafez came up to me, said, "This training will be very valuable for us in working for peace in my country." He said, "I would like to thank you in a way that we Sufis do when we want to express special appreciation for something." Locking his thumb onto mine, he looked me in the eye and said, "I kiss the God in you that allows you to give us what you did." He then kissed my hand. Nafez's expression of gratitude showed me a different way to receive gratitude. Usually it's received from one of two polar positions. At one end, what we call egotism, believing ourselves to be superior because we've been given this gratitude. At the other extreme is false humility, denying the importance of the appreciation by shrugging it off and saying things, "Oh, it's nothing." Nafez showed me that I could receive appreciation and gratitude joyfully in the awareness that what I had been given enabled me to enrich the lives of others. If I am aware that it is this power of a divine energy working through each of us that gives us the power to enrich lives for others, then I would avoid the ego trap and the false humility poles. Golda Meir, when she was the Israeli prime minister, once chided one of her ministers who couldn't receive the gratitude except to try to be humble about it. She said, "Don't be so humble. You're not that great." The following lines that I read in a book by Marianne Williamson serve as another reminder for me to avoid the pitfall of false humility. It also helps me to understand why so many people have fear receiving gratitude. In her book, she writes, "Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that frightens us. You are a child of God. Your playing small doesn't serve the world. There's nothing enlightened about shrinking so that other people won't feel insecure around you. We were born to make manifest the glory of God that is within us. It's not just in some of us, it is in everyone. And as we let our own light shine, we consciously give other people permission to do the same. As we are liberated from our fear, our presence automatically liberates others." Paradoxically, despite our unease in receiving gratitude, most of us yearn to be genuinely recognized for what we have done. During a surprise party for me, a 12-year-old friend of mine suggested a party game to help introduce the guests to each other. We were to write down a question, drop it in a box, and then take turns with each person drawing out a question and responding to it out loud. Having recently consulted with various social service agencies and industrial organizations, I was feeling struck by how often people expressed a hunger for gratitude being expressed on their jobs. I heard over and over variations on the theme, "No matter how hard you work, you never hear a good word from anybody, but make one mistake and there's always somebody jumping all over you." So for this game that was suggested, I wrote the question, what gratitude might someone express that would leave you jumping for joy? A woman drew that question out of the box, read it, and started to cry. As director of a shelter for battered women, she would put considerable energy each month into creating a schedule to please as many staff members as possible. Yet each time the schedule was presented, at least a couple of individuals would complain. She couldn't remember ever receiving gratitude for her efforts to design a fair schedule. All this had flashed through her mind as she read my question, and the hunger for gratitude brought tears to her eyes. Upon hearing the woman's story, another friend of mine said that he too would like to answer that question. Everyone else then also wanted to take a turn. As they responded to the question, several people wept. While the craving for gratitude, as opposed to manipulative praise and compliments, is particularly evident in the workplace, it affects family life as well. One evening when I pointed out this failure to perform a house chore, my son Brett retorted, "Dad, are you aware how often you bring up what's going wrong but almost never bring up what's gone right?" His observation stayed with me. I realized how I was continually searching for improvements, while too infrequently stopping to celebrate things that were going as I would like. I had just completed a workshop with over 100 participants, all of whom had evaluated it very highly with the exception of one person. However, what lingered in my mind was what that one person had written. That evening, as I deliberated on how often it's the things we have not done that we would like to have done that stay with us, rather than celebrating what we did do, I wrote a song that began, "If I'm 98% perfect on anything I do, it's the 2% I've messed up I'll remember when I'm through." It occurred to me that I had a choice to adopt instead the outlook of a teacher I knew. One of her students, having neglected to study for an exam, had resigned himself to turning in a blank piece of paper with his name at the top. He was surprised when she later returned the test to him with a grade of 14%. "What did I get 14% for?" he asked incredulously. "Neatness," she replied. Ever since my son Brett's wake-up call, I've tried to be more aware of what others are doing that enriches my life and to make sure that it gets expressed. I was deeply touched by a passage in John Powell's book, The Secret of Staying in Love, in which he describes his sadness over having been unable during his father's lifetime to express the gratitude he felt for him. How sad it seemed to me to miss the chance of expressing gratitude to the people who have been the greatest positive influences in our lives. Immediately an uncle of mine, Julius Fox, came to mind. When I was a boy, he came daily to offer nursing care to my grandmother, who was totally paralyzed. While he cared for my grandmother, he always had a warm and loving smile on his face. No matter how unpleasant the task may have appeared to my boyish eyes, he treated her as if she were doing him the greatest favor she could do by letting him take care of her. This provided a wonderful model of masculine strength for me, one that I've often called upon in the years since. I realized that I had never expressed my gratitude to him. And now I realized that he was now ill and near death. I considered to express my gratitude, but sensed my resistance. I said to myself, I'm sure he already knows how much he means to me. I don't need to express it out loud. Besides, it might embarrass him if I put it into words. As soon as these thoughts entered my head, I knew they weren't true. Too often I had assumed that others knew the intensity of my gratitude only to discover otherwise. And even when people were embarrassed, they still wanted to hear the gratitude verbalized. Still hesitant, I told myself that words wouldn't do justice to the depths of what I wished to communicate. I quickly saw through that one, though. Yes, words may be poor vehicles in conveying our heartfelt realities, but as I have learned, anything that's worth doing is worth doing poorly. As it happened, I soon found myself seated next to Uncle Julius at a family gathering, and the words simply flowed out of me. He took them in joyfully, without embarrassment. Brimming over with feelings from the evening, I went home, composed a poem, and sent it to him. I was later told that, after receiving my poem, he asked that it be read to him each of the following days until he died 3 weeks later. I once asked this uncle how he had developed such a remarkable capacity to give compassionately. He seemed honored by my question, which he pondered before replying, and then he said, I've been blessed with good teachers. When I asked who they were, he said, Well, your grandmother was the best teacher I had. You lived with her when she was already ill, so you didn't know what she was really like. For example, did your mother ever tell you about the time during the Depression when she brought a tailor and his wife and 2 children to live with the family for 3 years, after he had lost his house and business in the Depression? I remembered that story well. It had left a deep impression when my mother first told it to me, because I could never figure out where grandmother had found space for the Taylor's family when she was raising 9 children of her own in a pretty small house. Uncle Julius recollected my grandmother's compassion and a few more anecdotes, all of which I had heard as a child. Then he asked, Well, then surely your mother told you about Jesus. I said, About who? Jesus. I said, No, Uncle Julius, she never told me about Jesus. The story about Jesus was the final precious gift I received from my uncle before he died. It's a true story of a time when a man came to my grandmother's back door asking for some food. This wasn't unusual. Although grandmother was very poor, the entire neighborhood knew that she would feed anyone who showed up at her door. The man who came to the door had a beard and wild, scraggly black hair. His clothes were ragged, and he wore a cross around his neck fashioned out of branches tied with a rope. My grandmother invited him into her kitchen for some food. While he was eating, she asked his name. He replied, "My name is Jesus." She asked, "Do you have a last name?" "I'm Jesus the Lord." My grandmother's English wasn't too good. Another uncle came in the room while this man was still eating, and grandmother introduced the stranger as Mr. the Lord. As he continued to eat, my grandmother asked where he lived, and he replied, "I don't have a home." She asked, "Well, where are you going to stay tonight? It's cold." He said, "I don't know." She said, "Would you like to stay here?" He stayed 7 years. I called my mother that night, and I said, "Mother, why did you never tell me the story about Jesus?" My mother said, "Oh, my goodness, there was a story like that every day I could tell you about your grandmother. I thought I had told you that one." When it came to communicating nonviolently, my grandmother was a natural. She didn't think of what this man was. If she did, she probably would have judged him as crazy and gotten rid of him. No, my grandmother thought in terms of what people feel and what they need. If they're hungry, feed them. If they're without a roof over their head, give them a place to sleep. One other thing I'd like to tell you about my grandmother. She loved to dance. And my mother remembers her saying often, "Never walk when you can dance." I would like to end this program on nonviolence and compassion with a poem I wrote about my grandmother after talking to my uncle that night. I wrote it in honor of my grandmother, who spoke and lived naturally the language of nonviolent communication. One day a man named Jesus came around to my grandmother's door. He asked for a little food. She gave him more. He said he was Jesus the Lord. She didn't check him out with Rome. He stayed for several years, as many did, without a home. It was in her Jewish way. She taught me what Jesus had to say. In that precious way, she taught me what Jesus had to say. And that's, feed the hungry, heal the sick, then take a rest. Never walk when you can dance. Make your home a cozy nest. Yes, it was in her Jewish way. She taught me what Jesus had to say. In her precious way, she taught me what Jesus had to say.